I'm going to call this work session of the Forest Grove City Council at 5:30 p.m. and we're going to start with our 2040 vision plan, and we have Sarah Singer Wilson from SSW presenting. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Mayor and Council, looking forward to sharing the results with you. We've had our community review period open for the vision process the last couple of weeks. And since I saw you last on June 9th and closed it last night. And anyhow, looking forward to just providing an overarching view of the journey we've been on, and then maybe a few recommendations for where we might make a few updates to the plan before Council looks to adopt. Look forward to the discussion. Any questions that you have as we roll through these slides. So we'll talk about, just for anybody listening in tonight, project goals and process, the community engagement snapshot, the community review, what came out of that process, as well as some thoughts from the steering committee, and then also looking at how will the vision be implemented now that it's been all developed. What does it look like going forward? And then our next steps to get it over the finish line and start on that implementation. So first slide here, starting with the community vision project goals. So we started on this process just by identifying what do we want to achieve through a visioning process. And first and foremost was to identify community vision and values reflective of Forest Grove, a process that laid groundwork for public engagement and really engaged the broader community, which I hope you'll find that through the community engagement that we did that. Looking at potential impacts, constraints, opportunities as we looked through the data. And I think that is reflected in the actions that have been developed. Using the community input to develop the actions that will achieve the vision that was approved by the council a few months back, and then outline an implementation structure. So in looking at those goals, I think we are almost there. So tonight is a really important milestone. Really excited to share that with you. So here's just the more detailed timeline, and where you see the star noted there is tonight's to present that vision and action plan to the council, and then hopefully in July for adoption. Next slide is looking at our community engagement process. So move forward here. Yep. So you guys have seen this slide before, but this is just looking at the different types of engagement that we did for the project itself. There were a variety of in-person opportunities, online opportunities, some others that like utility bill inserts and print materials and community leader interviews. But the in-person opportunities, just talked to hundreds at the community events, engaged with the business community. We had a partnership with Veritas to help with engagement with the Latino community in Forest Grove, doing one-on-one interviews and group events. There was lots of youth engagement. We had our steering committee meetings, 6 of them in total, work with the Rotary Club. We had the Vision Labs this past spring, and then the online opportunities. We had lots of tools as well as ways to push information out to help people get engaged through this process. So working with partners, our own tools like the website, the newsletter, social media, surveys, and the like. As far as the engagement by the numbers, again, you've seen a lot of these numbers before, but kind of just looking at all of the different types of engagement. We had over 2,300 people at the community events. I think that's where a lot of discussion was had, and it was very validating to see what was happening or what we were hearing in person align with what we were hearing from the community online. And so you saw a lot of synergy and themes come out of those two different platforms, as well as the outreach we did for the Latino community. People were largely saying the same things, which made it almost easier to put the plan together because there were so many commonalities. As far as the phase 2 engagement, so phase 2 really consisted of the Vision Labs we hosted. So we broke down all of the themes from that first phase of engagement, and there were really 5 areas that came came out of that process. And so we organized vision labs on 5 different topics, and each group met twice. So there were 2 labs per topic area. We had over 70 participants in that process. We did our work session with the council, the steering committee. We also had a staff workshop as part of that. And that was all to take all the input from that first round of engagement and really refine it into goals and into goals, as well as some ideas for actions, supporting actions that would help to advance those goals, and also vet the vision statement. So the very first vision lab, people kind of tore that vision statement apart and thought, this sounds like Forest Grove or doesn't sound like Forest Grove, and really helped us test what would be authentic to this community. The last phase of engagement was what's happened over the last couple of weeks, and that was just going back out to the community and saying, hey, we've heard a lot from the Forest Grove community. Did we get it right as we've compiled this plan together? I think what we heard was people were a little bit tired of engaging, and they were like, it's time to get to work now. So you'll see that was a resounding theme of like, yep, all looks good now. Please just do these things. So, but as part of that engagement, our team was out at the farmers market the last couple of weeks. We also had one of the markets, our partners from Veritas came back, and I know there were concerns about just the political climate. Would people from the Latino community be attending these events? And there were a lot of good conversations had, and people were still out and about. So I feel like, and again, we heard a lot of the same themes. The online survey, we had about 35 respondents to on that platform, and then some direct email communication. So we had all of the email addresses we had collected over the course of the project that we made sure to send people information that this was available for comment. And so that helped to drive some of our survey responses as well. And of course, using social media. So again, you can see all the stats here of what we heard. Veritas engaged with 29 people directly at the market. We had the 35 responses that I mentioned, and then we kept track as far as our team and city staff engaging at the farmers market booth, and counted about 380 families that stopped by and shared their input or told us to get to work. So next slide. Here's some of the data from the survey. So of those respondents, 80% were in agreement with the overall direction of the vision. Next slide. What did we hear? Which parts of the vision do you agree with the most? We heard housing and affordable housing, increased city communication and engagement to support connected community, downtown improvements, increased recreation options, economic development, small business support, tourism. So those were the things that stood out. What would you add, change, or remove? What's interesting about this slide, you'll see later, there's about 5, like the priorities that came out in the survey were also in a different order, but the same things that people prioritized and the in-person opportunities. So I thought that was really interesting, as well as what came out of the report that Veritas put together for us. The same 5 topics, different order, but all rose to the list, are to the top of the list. So downtown revitalization, small business support in downtown, environmental sustainability, gathering spaces, the child care and recognition of veterans. Those 2 were not the highest priorities, but were things that were mentioned. And then concerns over industrial development. And this is the one about the priority. So downtown, in the survey, it's downtown revitalization, housing, infrastructure, recreation opportunities, and business development are at the top 5 in this list. And as far as survey other comments, people had concerns around implementation. Where will funding come from? How will we engage partners? Just a desire to see more actionable steps to achieve some of the goals. And then making sure that there's ongoing community engagement in the implementation process. So those were some of the things that people wanted to share. And they hadn't seen, and we didn't really talk about that implementation process. That's what we're talking about tonight. So I hopefully you'll see some of these questions answered when we present that part of it. Let's see. As far as in the in-person conversation, so again, it was about 400 families, 50 people engaged with the boards or in the booth or intercept surveys. Again, you see these top 5 priorities: downtown revitalization, business development, housing, recreation, infrastructure, different order, but same 5 things. That's how that data showed up. Let's see. Most people felt the goals in the vision really articulated what was important to them. As far as getting towards recommendations, what would you add, change, or remove? There was a sentiment expressed about we need to change and modify something in the vision to maintain library funding and services and to add community plaza gathering space more explicitly. Other recommendations and considerations. So in economy, if industrial development is pursued, making sure that there's a sentiment expressed in there that it doesn't impact the small town feel of the community. For community growth, as I mentioned, there's a recommendation or a consideration to add something to maintain funding and programs for the library, to add a focus on environmental sustainability beyond just infrastructure and equipment. And then in general, like I mentioned, the community just is feeling like they've been engaged a lot and they're ready to see the results of the input shared. Any questions? I want to just pause here for a moment about any of the engagement or any of the comments we've heard over the last couple weeks. Yeah.
So plaza, would that be a communal place near the restaurants and things? Is that kind of what they're looking for?
I think the interpretation of it could vary because this is something we heard quite a bit in the engagement, and I know there's the city's had discussions about I think trying to remember what you guys call it. It's like the festival street. Yes, I think we heard in terms of that concept. We've also heard just in terms of like outdoor dining options, just places when people are like at food trucks and stuff. If there's places where people go where they're relaxing and recreating and gathering with people, like to have spaces for them to sit and do that.
Yes, every town in Latin America has a plaza. About that you have in the plaza
For the
Oh, I'm sorry. So it's a very important place, especially in the small towns, because that's where the community gathers after church. You know, and they have food and popcorn and, you know, things for the kids. So that's like a Sunday event. When I was in New Mexico last summer, I noticed in a low-income neighborhood, they were building plazas, you know, with a little fountain and benches. And I think that might be a meaning that we, you know, should consider, you know, different from a park, what a park would be. So, yeah, just wanted to share that.
Other questions? So thinking about that in terms of how that's captured in the vision, making sure that it gives space and to be flexible in how it's interpreted, because I think there are a variety of ways in which you could. So not writing it too specifically, but making sure that that's something that the city explores. Yeah. No, those are really good examples. Other questions?
So you said, was there a way for you to determine if you heard from someone on, like if the council got an email and somebody did the survey and somebody talked story with us at the farmer's market, does that count for 3 different?
There wouldn't necessarily be a way for us
But I know.
to distinguish that.
Yeah.
So, and some people told us, even members of the steering committee, they're like, I also completed the survey and shared these same sentiments. So I think the overall, I think in a community review process, just to kind of share some insight, that you don't, if people are happy and feel heard, then you don't get a ton of comments, which we saw here, like even being out at multiple events where there were large groups of people gathered, and another survey opportunity. Like the first survey we had, I think almost 16 or 1,700 responses, and here we're getting 35. So you're not going to receive as many because people are mostly feeling heard.
Okay, so we received an email, I don't know if everyone received it, from a veteran. And I think this gentleman was feeling that they were kind of left out, even though, the outreach was out there at the farmers markets and, other, communication, like social media and things like that. But, that was expressed. So maybe that's something we should take into account, in the future when we do these kind of activities.
And just to follow up with that specific case, I responded to him with the survey. So that's what I was kind of wondering. So he wrote an email, did the survey. But I mean, so just so you know.
Well, if I can add to that, I spoke to the gentleman, and he acknowledged that while the information was readily available, it wasn't accessed. So it wasn't an issue of being asked. It's the participation side of it. So somehow, with the information available, how do we get people to actually engage in a survey or the conversation? But it may be worth just uniquely, like since you went to all these other groups, is if there was awareness of a veterans group to engage with directly. But otherwise, they acknowledge that with the information, they could proliferate that, help us proliferate that.
Yes. No, I read that, but also, how we have groups of people here, the youth, the Latinos, to perhaps include in the surveys, are you a veteran? Just to have like that a specific group, as you were saying.
Are you guys ready to talk about implementation? Okay. I think just reflecting on all of the engagement, you are walking away with some really good lessons in engagement for any future projects that you roll out in Forest Grove. And so we have a lot of data that we'll share with staff as far as what was really successful and in areas where, maybe there could be improvement, so that as you do engagement in the future, whether it be around the Forest Grove Forward project or any other initiatives, you'll have that to inform your process. So for the implementation structure, you saw a more detailed version or a more detailed description of this in your packet, but this is really about trying to bring the vision to life. You want to align it with your current process and the things that you are doing as a city, as an organization. So what we've identified are, there's really like 4 components here for the annual implementation cycle. The first year looks a little bit different because you guys have already approved your budget and you have your council goals from January. So there'll be a little bit of an adjustment this year. But going forward, what it would look like would be to have your city council retreat and some sort of priority setting. Maybe it's not always a full day. Maybe some years it's only a half day, a check-in, and which then helps at that retreat. You would be elevating things from the community vision, from the Forest Grove Forward report and plan, to identify those as council priorities. Now, may there be sometimes other things that come up that you need to address as a council, certainly, but the idea is to help this be resourced and to systematically get implemented, that you are looking at this report each year and figuring out what can we budget for and what can we continue to advance forward. So that really serves as your prioritization process for the plan. That then translates into your departmental planning and budget. That's something staff takes each year, your priorities that you've expressed, and that's how they design your budget and they design their work plans around that. One of the things you would want to include as part of this process, and likely leading into your council retreat process, would be to do some community and board engagement. So using your boards and commissions, also probably looking to your community partners, and maybe there's like some general outreach to the community, whether you do that in a town hall or a simple survey or on social media or all of those things. But maybe there's we see some cities do that ahead of their council retreat, even with a vision present or in the absence of vision, to help inform what the council prioritizes. And so you would want to do some engagement. And part of that would be around celebrating any wins from the vision, highlighting progress for people, sharing that you've some sort of an annual report that you can send out, and then say, what do you think as we start to think about what we want to prioritize from next year? How do we want to build on this momentum? Or what do we want to see next from the plan? You'll get some feedback from folks. And at that point during your council retreat, you can think through what do we want to prioritize? And are there any of the actions that maybe we need to slightly modify given whatever the current environment or circumstances require? And so you wouldn't necessarily be looking at the vision statement overall or the goal statements, but the actions themselves, because you want to make sure in order for the plan to be a living, dynamic plan that's really informing the work and how you allocate resources, you want to make sure that those actions stay relevant. You don't want them to get too dated. So it's very typical in these processes that there is some sort of annual update to that, and definitely an annual progress report where it can take the form of a report itself. It can take the form of a celebration. So I know you have town halls that you plan throughout the year. You could transform one of those into featuring accomplishments from Forest Grove Forward and an opportunity to bring people together and celebrate that. So there's lots of different ways and models in which you can do that. So the progress reporting, the engagement, the budget alignment, and the council priority alignment, those are some 4 really key components to make sure the plan gets ingrained into your culture and is resourced and supported. Every 5 years, we would recommend doing a comprehensive plan update where you're doing more robust community engagement. You're looking at how trends have changed. You're looking at what's been accomplished in the plan, because you want your plan to reflect any changing needs, growth, or demographics. So you do some updated data analysis to inform your direction. Again, you'd want to do some collaborative planning with the council, with your boards and your community partners, all the stakeholders that have been involved. Maybe there's new community partners that come in or new organizations that form. You want to make sure to engage them as well. And then that would be the point where you would really review the vision itself and the goals in the plan to see if there have been any major shifts there. Questions about that? I was trying to reflect on your questions, Councilor Schimmel, from a previous email to make sure I got all of those. Jesse?
Yes, sir. So on the 5-year comprehensive plan update, is that normally 3 to 6 month process? I'm just curious how long that might take.
Yeah, it's typically I've seen different communities do it different ways, but because you already have a framework in place, it is a shorter, more streamlined process. You're not totally starting from scratch like we were this last time. And the idea is that through your annual engagement, you're maintaining some level of engagement momentum so that it shouldn't be as difficult to try to get everybody engaged and involved for the first time.
Maybe one more.
Sure.
And this, you might address this a little bit later, but in the implementation, I don't want to make any assumptions, but I'm guessing that the 2040 vision, the values, the goal areas, and to a certain extent, some of the actions, that gets incorporated into the website, into hiring announcements, into personnel manuals. I mean, it's
We did not.
all over the organization, so to speak.
Yeah.
It's getting ingrained in kind of all of our memos, all of our PowerPoints, all those sorts of things. Is that going to be later, or is that something that we should maybe comment on now?
No, that's something. So the departmental planning piece, I think I included that in the memo itself, but that is part of the organizational dynamic. So
Yeah.
in order for it to really take hold in the organization. What council would see and what the community would see would be in staff reports, highlights in your budget document, like any of the
Yeah.
presentations that come to council, these things would be highlighted as this was identified as a Forest Grove Forward project. Because you're constant, it's almost like a branding of
Yep,
how
it is,
you
yeah.
of implementation and what's coming forward to the community, so that you're constantly talking about it. But then on the internal side, yes, we would absolutely recommend that you build those values into your performance evaluations, that you celebrate and recognize staff. I think one of the easiest ways to start doing it is to tell the story of how staff lives out the values and to recognize them and celebrate them, as you did this in a really safe way or a sustainable way, or you really helped connect community in the way you did this thing in service delivery. And so that's like a low-hanging fruit almost, but big impact.
It's just for the council, staff is already having discussions about, once 2040 is passed by the council, how do we make sure that it is highlighted on the website, in the memos, in our PowerPoints? How do we want to make sure that there is a nexus from everything that's in 2040 to everything that we're doing? And so if you get a memo at a council meeting, it'll have a reference to a 2040 action. It'll have reference to how it's going to meet it, what the work plan is, those sorts of things. So anyways, thanks, Sarah.
Yeah. The other thing I would also encourage would be, even in your council talking points, or like the mayor's state of the city is a great example of a space where you can use it as a framework for how you talk about what the work the city is doing. It's a really easy way to organize talking points and thoughts, and to help connect back to what the community said that they wanted.
Thank you. Sarah, yes, you've answered my questions. Now, my comments really turned to us as a council. The two things that stand out to me is, one, that people, time, and money is prioritized from this plan, and then there's a discipline we exercise throughout the year in honoring those priorities, and then if there's any necessary deviations from that, we call that out and give Jesse and his staff an opportunity to weigh in on what doesn't get done if we have to deviate. If there's no new money that comes from something that enters the environment that we weren't expected, then we have to adjust the plan, and I trust that we'll be helpful in communicating those changes if it's something that the community is really counting on that will be delayed. But what's important to me is that our priorities funnel out of this plan, and then there's a lot of discipline in carrying it out.
One of the things I haven't talked about yet is what happens in this interim year, and a recommendation for that. So what I think it's mentioned in the memorandum in the packet, but in the interim year, we would recommend looking at your current council priorities, which are fairly in alignment with what's in the plan. But you may want to, now that you have all of this information and data, it would make sense to maybe update those priorities, and that would serve as your first round at getting a chance to weigh all this community input, and maybe making a few adjustments to those as needed to line up under the Forest Grove Forward framework. There.
Yeah, to follow up on that, Councilor Schimmel had a great idea to include our CCE board and commission for this community engagement process. And so initially I was thinking like maybe this coming year in the fall, they could look at our goals that we have and then the action plan and do a prioritize what they thought. And then as I'm like stewing this in my head, I'm also wondering how we kind of weave in the fact that we have legislative mandates and like housing goals, like things that there's letting the community drive the actions, and then the balance of also having state legislation driving our thing. So I'm just kind of wondering if you had a suggestion. So then in my head, I was like, well, do we kind of take a look at it and staff take a look at it and then do a proposal of prioritizing and then get feedback during this ATM? Or I just didn't know if you had suggestions on like our next steps of implementation, like what would work best.
Yeah, we'll do, if you guys approve this, the structures plan, we'll do a recommendation for just like in next steps for implementation. But in thinking about how you align all of that in the first year, I think you've got boards and commissions that certainly could weigh in on that. You've got enough community engagement. I would say probably based on what we heard, they're tired. They're like, just figure it out and get to work. So I think bringing those parties together, as you described, would make sense, and to do something in the fall to get ready, for the next budget season. I also think that one of the things that we recommend, we're working with a client in Alaska, and they've done a great job of this over the last year, but to craft their storytelling and all their city communications using their plan document. They call theirs their strategic plan, but you could do this around the vision and make sure that you're doing continuous storytelling, what you're putting out on social media, what you're putting out from the council, what you're putting out in annual reports, what you're talking about at events, and making sure that there's a through line of these 4 goal areas and how they connect to the work that you're doing. And I think that the broad goal areas, what's nice about them is that they're broad enough. There are specific actions under them, and certainly you can talk to those things, but those goals apply to a lot of the work that you're doing. And so making sure that you're really intentional about crafting, again, it's really about branding and storytelling, but that you're reminding the community, because I think a lot of the things you think about state mandates around housing, there's just a lot of confusion and misinformation, and it's just complex and bureaucratic. It's hard for people to understand, but we know that people in Forest Grove care about housing. So if you're able to connect back to, we know people here care about housing, and here's some of the things that's happening from the state level, here's what the city's doing, here's what it looks like in the local landscape, to help people really understand that story more. That's a great way to help people feel connected to the things they told you that they care about, and it really does then feel like the city's making some advancements in those areas, regardless of if the state impacts are good, bad, or whatever they may be.
To maybe pick up on a couple of things you said, Mayor, regarding the CCE, my hope would be that the group would move this forward as of the circumstances in October, or what we think they will be. And I mention that because in the last CCE, they were brainstorming about what the nature of the 2040 that they imagined on October. And what they were describing, they described something, and long story short, when I walked to the booth the next day, you were doing the ATM. You had the boards, you had the stickies. They were describing the exact thing that you were already doing. So now they have to revisit or get some insight into what's the circumstances going to be in October that they can move forward, as opposed to doing another cycle and frustrating people with another survey or something that resembles what they already said. So it sounds like it's really important that whatever they do at the ATM is implementation in nature, and it may be like pointing out on maps and saying where's the plaza, where are places for plazas, or where's revitalization most important. Where are the specific spots that we should start with? I'm just spitballing, but that was on the CCE is getting more crisp. And then on the external factors, kind of resemble the deviations, as something gets thrust at us, and we have to deviate. So would like the bottom half of a SWOT analysis be a good exercise, where it's external in nature in terms of what are the opportunities and threats?
For this year, I don't know that I would go through that exercise. I think you have all of the data that really you would need to prioritize. I think you'd be duplicating efforts to go through. I would see this council retreat being much shorter in nature, because you have so much data to reflect on this year. And so really working with what you have. As far as if you were to involve the board or the commission, CCE, thank you. So many acronyms, try to keep them straight. Involving CCE, I would do it in a storytelling capacity and leave kind of a general question to the community if you wanted to do like a very minor level of engagement. But I think people are curious to know what's happening on these things. And I think there is a lot happening. As we were doing refinement with city staff, one item in particular, people deeply care about transportation and safe intersections in Forest Grove. And as we were talking with staff, there's a lot of work planned and underway. It would be good to use CCE to tell that story, to your map concept, like highlighting the areas that are planned and maybe things that are funded, to let people know where some of those improvements are coming. And then maybe there's, brought to you, sponsored by the Forest Grove Forward plan, like it's, again, making sure that it's branded and it ties back to the plan itself. And then leaving just a really general question, like, is there anything, what's the most important thing to you over the next year that you hope the city works on? And just leaving it at that. I think to do anything more than that would be like, I already told you. I think just do it.
Just to clarify on the SWOT, I didn't want to suggest going through the whole exercise, really emphasizing the T, the threats, and with staff, visibility of what unfunded mandates might be looming, or what housing production plans and such. What are the external factors that should be on our radar, and if there are milestones out in front of us that should be in our calendar, so we know when they land, and if that's going to interfere with something that we wish or hope we'll do.
Yes. Yeah, which makes sense. What sort of things do we need to respond to from a state perspective? That'll help inform your prioritization, certainly. Other questions? So next slide, into our next step. So we have the final changes. If the council is in agreement with some of the recommendations that, based on what we heard from the engagement, making some modifications to the actions, we'll work with staff to craft some language around those things. And I can go back to that slide to refresh your memory. But we'll be working on making final changes to the report. And we have a really beautiful document to share with you that you'll be able to share with the community, to put on the website. And I was going to preview it tonight, but it needs just a few more pieces put in to give a full look at that. And then bring it to the council on July 14th to adopt. So that's where we're at in the process. As part of the implementation, as I mentioned, our team will put together a memorandum capturing some of the comments from tonight's discussion and some of the ideas that were mentioned, to make sure that it's clear where the jumping off point is, and make sure that staff has space to get working on things right away. We'll also provide them with some templates, to help get them going on, if their teams need help, the kind of guiding discussion around how to think through, as you prioritize the actions, how do you develop indicators, thinking about what success looks like in these areas. Those are some of the things that you'll need to move the work forward. And so we'll make sure that staff feels like they have a few tools to get that started. But yes, looking for direction from the group tonight to make sure you're okay with the changes. And we can go back to that slide. It is the recommendation. So under economy, just changing some language that with the addition of industrial development, mitigating impacts to the small town feel of the community, something of that nature. In community growth, adding an action about maintaining funding and programs for the library. And then an action based on around a focus on environmental sustainability beyond just infrastructure and equipment. And then the general one, oh, no, we're good there. Those are really the two goal areas that need some refinement to the actions. And we would work with staff to craft that unless council has specific ideas around what they want to see.
So would those be in like an action item then underneath that goal area, or how would those manifest themselves in the plan, in the 2040 plan?
Itself, there's already an action in there around industrial development. We would just add some language around as pursued,
Okay.
mitigating the impacts to community connection. And then in community growth, we would add an item specifically for the library, and then something for environmental sustainability
But those would be actual action items that would be added within that goal area.
in that goal
Okay.
area. Correct. And the one around the library could go in community growth. It could also go in community connection, whichever goal area makes sense.
Any thoughts from council?
Thank you for the presentation and for the numbers, all the data. That's very important. So thank you for all your work. It's beautiful.
Any other comments? I guess the recommendations and considerations, so kind of going back to what Jesse asked, are these, it's not really an action, is it more in the vision process? Because I'm just thinking, for me personally, I would love to maintain programs and even grow programs and funding for the library, but we also work within a partnership of the county. And so I guess my concern is if let's just say the levy doesn't pass, right? And the county gives us less funding through this document, are we saying that we commit to making up that funding deficit as a municipality, or?
I think we would have to craft the language in a way that would be flexibility on how you move forward the implementation.
Yeah, and that's all I would ask, because, and then even with the economy, I think that's, I went to all the community engagements, and I know that, and I myself love living in a small town and the small town feel, and I think that for me, in my opinion, the small town means that you know people, you still smile, you're kind, you help each other out, you wave when you go walking, like it's easy living, right? And so I just am always concerned, like when we have these really specific, like this small town feel could be different for someone else, right? And so I just want to make those statements that I'm just a little apprehensive when it's like, well, this is my small town feel. Like, this is why I like Forest Grove, but that could be different for someone else. Maybe someone else doesn't want to like go by industrial sites on their run, right? Like you see this big, data center, and now it's not a small town because you ran by it, and you can see this huge building instead of greenway and houses, and you know what I mean? So I don't know.
Again, this is just reflective of what we heard in the community review process. So again, these are recommendations or considerations that you.
So just to clarify, Sarah, these are the ones that came out of the latest engagement process, which was the farmers market, the more kind of limited engagement process.
Yes.
Okay, so it didn't come out from the initial engagement process that you referenced earlier in the presentation.
They were, again, the timing of this process was interesting because you guys had just made a big decision around the data center. So we heard a lot about that in the survey itself, and people had a lot to say about that, and it was very much reflected. But it also, this sentiment of small town feel or community connection community connection is the through line in your vision. We had a very robust conversation about this at the steering committee. One of the members asked about this of like, Forest Grove was to just have like a one word tagline, like what would that sound like? And I said, community connection is what shows up in the vision statement. It shows up as its own goal area. It shows up as a value. Like that sentiment was shared through and through. People like that in the way you described of like that, the knowing people, feeling connected, having organizations in the community that support the people who live here and the people who work here. So I feel like that is the through line. It means slightly different things to different people, but we heard that in the first round of the engagement, and then people are just, still maybe a little concerned that it's not robust enough. But I think that's for you, the council, to decide how you want to deal with that language. It's in there. Do you want to make it more specific? That's up to you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hear any dissenting opinion from anyone else on these, so I think we're okay to move forward.
As is.
Yeah.
Okay.
So are you talking about community growth as well? Because I agree definitely with what you're saying about the library. If we
Yeah,
can't.
Sarah, did you say that you'd work with staff to kind of wordsmith it in a way
Give
that
you
a
flexibility.
little bit more
okay.
flexibility? But so we would work on that, but otherwise,
So the ones for community growth, you want us to work on some language that's flexible that you could include around library and environmental sustainability.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I think especially like the library one, I think the first place to go back to is our goals and objectives for the year, because there is something in there about the library levy. So that might be this year's language is just let's focus on that, getting that passed. And then it may look different going into next year if it doesn't pass. And it may involve library foundation and friends of to help us out.
yeah, I agree. I think maybe the wording is to maintain, city support of library funding and programs or something like, I mean, what we hear, and I don't want to speak for the entire council, but what I hear from the community is that our library is the heart of our community, and it's been something that holds us all together, and it's a huge asset. And so I don't want to, mitigate the value we place on with the library in our community, but I also just want to say, like, we do rely on WCCLS and the county to fund it. So, yeah. But I think just rewording it a little bit would be
Okay.
good.
So we'll modify that and we'll work with staff for some language around environmental sustainability. That particular goal.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not really, because I don't really understand what that focus on environmental sustainability beyond infrastructure and equipment. I'm kind of like, that's really vague to me. I don't really know exactly what the community was wanting with that one. I don't know if you have any more insight on that.
Well, because I participated in the lab, I thought we had that particular. Well, sustainability was what was stated going into the labs, and it was focused on environmental, and then it got expanded to infrastructure and equipment. So I don't think the intention was to lose the environmental aspect of it, but to add the infrastructure and equipment. So it's more broadly understood.
And it's in your values. I mean, sustainability is a value, which is the intention there. It means it has the language itself states something back to the environment, but also fiscal sustainability. So it means a couple different things, but the intent is that it applies to everything. That value should be a lens through which you implement the entire vision. It's foundational. So, yes, the feedback from the community in this process was not terribly specific about what they were looking for, but it was feedback for you to consider. Should you want to add something additional?
So my thought is that everybody uses environmental sustainability, but nobody really has a really good definition for it. Typically, it's pretty broad, it seems like.
I agree. It's a very broad term, but I think if you ask people, what is the first thing that comes to your mind when you think about environmental sustainability? It will be related to waste, for example. To me, if you say that, it would be related to waste, transportation, using your car less, using more public transportation more, our habitats, green areas. I'm just going like down, a list of things. But to me, the first thing that comes to my mind is, recycling, for example, just best practices to be good stewards of our environment.
I think I understand now. So the point was that we were afraid we were missing the environmental sustainability in our action plan. And so just to make sure to like double down that people know we're also aiming for that as well as, yeah. Okay.
We can clarify that in the goal language for that particular area in community growth to make sure that that's apparent. I don't know that there's a specific action, but we can make sure it's reflected with more emphasis in the goal language itself for that area. Does that sound okay? And then it is in the value. So I think if you continue to get questions about it, it is the lens that you've created through which all things should be implemented. And that staff is considering as they build that into truly the fabric of the organization and how they deliver service. Are you okay with that? Okay. All right. Any other changes as we look to make final modifications?
Not a change, I guess, just implementation, kind of resolution or reconciliation question. So currently, like if this passes at our next meeting, we'll have our council goals and objectives and our values that we passed in January or February. And then we'll have this 2040 forward strategic plan that also has values and action plans. And so this interim year, those values, like I guess, how do we marry the two together? Or do we even marry the two together? Or do we keep them as two separate documents? I mean, I see overlap in them. I see a little bit different wording. Anyways.
Yeah, so what my recommendation would be to retire your council values. They would be replaced by the 2040 values because that would be what staff's using for implementation and what council's also using for a decision-making lens and for implementation. The priorities themselves would be addressed at that mini retreat of looking at where there's alignment and looking at, is there anything that's outside the scope of 2040 that we should reassess? Is there a priority that the communities express that kind of shifts our thinking? And that would be where you would get your priorities into the council priorities into alignment with 2040. So for just an example, the city of Hermiston adopted their vision, I believe in 2021, and their subsequent council goal setting. So they still meet annually, but the goals are organized under the goals in the community vision. And they consider each year the actions from the vision, and as well as kind of sometimes doing exercises like a SWOT analysis or, some sort of context mapping, some community outreach, and that's where they figure out what they're going to elevate from their vision and what other things that they need to address in the setting of their council priorities. So that's how their process aligns, and then it ties into the budget and stuff, as we discussed. Does that help? Okay. Anything else?
Any other questions, comments? Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll make some changes for you and have it for your consideration on the 14th of July.
Okay, great. Thanks, Sarah. I will adjourn this work session of the Forest Grove City Council. We will reconvene in 5 minutes. Okay, I'm going to start. Are you good? Okay, I'm going to call. I'm waiting for my microphone to go on. I'm going to call to order. No. Right, can you? Good evening. I'm going to call to order this work session of the Forest Grove City Council. The topic is police building, and we have our police chief, Henry Reinman, here to talk to us.
Okay, sorry, Evelyn. So if you look at, I'll start from the top of this slide. Again, precinct 339 voted in favor of the bond, basically 50.5% in favor and 49.5 against. And the West Precinct 340 voted against the bond with almost 54% saying no to the 46.13% in favor of the bond, with a total of almost 2,700 voters. Out of a total of 8,897 registered voters for the turnout, which is almost 31%. So what we did in regards to the current bond is we did presentations to organizations. We had several police facility tours. We had social media outreach, printed newsletters. We attended farmers market. We had several social events, and we also did an email newsletter. Next slide. So some of the feedback we received from the community: too many taxes already exist. The building is too expensive, very high price for square footage. Concerns about the national economy at that time. Why didn't the city save money for it? Questions about the disposition of the existing facility. Again, we gave them several options, but again, we couldn't give them a definite answer based on where the vote went. They wanted more officers on the street rather than a building. There was still questions about why juvenile cells are needed. Why not use the sheriff's office, which was an interesting comment. There were several of those. It's, again, a long way to Adams in Washington for us. Design: the building is too big, too small, or too much glass. Important note to all of this community feedback, there was no indication of anti-police sentiment, or issues with trust in the police. Next slide. So, learning opportunities. We should have probably done a citywide mailing just for the ballot measure. Explain community investment costs much better. Establish a non-staff pack for voter pamphlets and yard signs. And clarify the disposition of the existing facility. So, considerations for council. The city levy will likely be balloted in May of 27. Our current levy expires in June of 28. This leaves 3 elections prior to the city levy. In November of 25, May of 26, and in November of 26. Next slide. So again, further considerations. Polling consultants indicated that a 48 to 52% margin was a good result for a first-time ballot. Most facilities' bonds fail on the first time. A poll of 200 would cost us $24,000 with a plus or minus error rate of 6.9%. Our current budget includes $25,000 for a poll. A poll would be completed by the end of July or early August. Next slide. So other considerations. We have the Metro Homeless Measure Bond coming up. We're unsure of the timing on that one at this point. Other funding mechanisms were considered but have little impact on the overall bond amount. The police facility has already been valued engineered. Further reductions in size or scope would impact the long-term viability of the facility. So option 1 is to look at November of 25. We have 2 levy replacements, which will have increases already on the ballot, and that's the library and the public safety. This is the public safety that includes the district attorney's office, the jail, and so forth. Pollster caution this election is an off year and may closely resemble our past May election. It would not require another cost estimate. If selected, staff would recommend a poll to gauge support. Timing would likely require 2 special meetings in late July and review polling results and reach consensus on ballot language, and another early August meeting to approve ballot title and language prior to the August 15th ballot deadline. Recall scheduled council meetings are July 14th and August 25th. The explanatory statement could be approved at the August 25th meeting to meet the September 4th filing deadline for explanatory statements. Option 2 is deferred to May or November of 26. The considerations include the pollster suggested a wider electoral, I'm trying to think of the right word I want to say, but population generally yields a better result. So we'll have a bigger poll to draw from. Staff would also recommend a poll for this option, time closer to the election with more accurate feedback. Would require another cost estimate. It would allow for a limited review of the design. Discussion.
Any questions for the chief?
Well, the first thing I want to say is you've earned retirement, Chief, despite my threats of lifetime appointment. Just that one bullet was you mentioned was telling about the sentiments toward police have changed in your tenure here.
Thank you.
The fact that it was nearly 1 was, I think, because of, I'll chalk it down to your charm, retention of some vital police staff despite the building. So I guess we got to let you go if we must. Yeah, only if you want to. I could do the lifetime appointment still. So I want foremost that you walk away I'm grateful for your service and for getting us to this point, just with our regard to our police force. I'm hoping for what we do next with the current building to it is more dignified, safe, healthy place for the next. It seems like 5 years roughly before a building's built, whether we started in the beginning of 26 or beginning of 27. So we've got to do more to the building, but just thank you as foremost.
I think that was really well said. I mean, you're a great chief, and I think you and Lauren and the rest of the group worked really hard to get this to pass. I guess I have a couple of questions, and then I'll share my opinion that goes back and forth. Mariah, can we go back to the slide that has lessons learned? There's a few things that learning opportunities. Yeah, opportunities for growth. That's what they sometimes say too, right? So is there time to do these things well before the November election? That's my question.
Well, I think a lot of the work has been done. I would go back to the polling would be probably the big lift.
I think we could get a pack and that we could get the mailers out. I mean, those things could be done before November.
It was interesting because after the results were in, a lot of people approached and were volunteering to do a pact afterwards. So
That as well.
I'm not sure how long it takes to actually establish a PAC, or if, because staff, that's not a staff function, Mayor. That's something outside of staff. So I don't know if you could pick up an existing PAC that existed for the levy, if you'd have to form a new PAC, and if so, what the filing requirements of that would be. In terms of doing a citywide mailing, that would probably have to occur in October, or September or October, because you have to have, and actually it would probably occur in October because the filing deadline, if you could maybe go forward one, Mariah, to option one. One more. Okay, that one. If you look at the timeline below, the timeline is relatively tight. You have an August 15th ballot deadline, so the council would have to have a special meeting, and then you have a September 4th filing deadline for the explanatory statement. The actual measure itself, I think, comes out, correct me if I'm wrong, Mariah, but it's generally 2 to 3 weeks after the filing deadline is over, so that would be presumably the 1st of October. So you could do a mailing likely in that October timeframe, which would probably be about 3 weeks to a month before the election. If you could go back to those other things real quick. Sorry. Learning opportunities. There we go. The community investment and the costs. I think that's just somewhat some messaging. I'm not sure if we would have to go back to our consultant and try to sharpen that up to a certain extent, explaining the per square foot, explaining what some other comparative metrics are for other communities that are having projects done, those types of things. So that would take some research, to come up with that. And then, of course, clarifying the disposition of the existing building, that might take a little bit of time. So, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. On the learnings, I did a little informational interview with a former city manager of a city that had success in passing the levy, and the first question he asked was, did you get a list of regular voters from the county that you could canvass discreetly? So that I think, and that's associated with a PAC. A PAC does that. So that would be the explicit task of a PAC. But that was a telling lesson learned that we didn't have the opportunity to do, but that has garnered success elsewhere.
Go ahead, Chief. Did you want to say something?
Well, one of the things I find interesting, if we can go back to the map, Mariah, right there is good. is the interesting part for me is the way the voters turned out. And it seems that the area where we get greater calls for service, we had support. So the people that don't call us often weren't in support. So I think part of that marketing is how do we get those people that don't receive the services on a more frequent basis to support the building?
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point. And I think, that a PAC, I think that was definitely something missing from this last election, because I think when counselors show up and the police officers are showing up and they're explaining why we need this, the community has a little bit of like mistrust based on like, oh, they're just saying these things because they want our money or they believe in more tax, whatever the case may be. But when you hear from community members who can, as Sarah was saying, like share their story of, using services and like the best benefit, public benefit that is offered, then it's more, it resonates, I think, more with voters than sometimes us showing up. So I think, a non-negotiable for me would be that we see, and I heard from people when I was at the market as well, that they would volunteer to form a PAC. But that would be one of the things I would like to see before going again, is having that PAC. The other things we can do on a staff level, I think my concern with the timeline, I feel like really like a lot of tension, because if we go back too soon and we haven't like processed and listened to our community members, then I don't want to anger, like we just heard too, like people get tired of engagement, like the constant, like they sent a message, voters sent a message that they didn't want to pass it. It was a slim margin, but I'm afraid if we go back in November, they're going to say, hello, you didn't listen to us, you didn't do anything differently. But then with that being said, I'm also afraid if we don't go in November, Washington County is going to have a public safety levy, a library levy. And one of the reasons, if we go back to the reasons that some people didn't vote for, is because they feel like they're overtaxed and they have this huge tax burden, and there's no capacity for any more taxes, right? I mean, I heard that from a number of people in Forest Grove, because we have a large percentage of retired community members. There's no capacity for them to earn more money to pay for increased cost, right? They're at a fixed budget. So anyways, those are kind of I don't know, those are my thoughts on it. Jesse, you had wanted to say something and then was like, Melinda's talking too much.
No, I just wanted to add to your point, in the conversations with the pollster, they also did mention that in response to kind of the voter fatigue, or if you go back in November, they did mention that there would be an associated risk with that, and that the vote had just occurred. And that was part of the reason that they would recommend that if the council did want to maybe consider November, that you do at least some initial polling around that to see if how prominent that theme was. But you're correct in that was definitely a risk, so to speak, that the pollster mentioned. And part of the reason why they would recommend that if the council did want to do this November, for sure you'd want to poll that to see if that exists. And typically speaking, they mentioned that this is a general rule, it doesn't mean it's true here, but that typically there is some persistence with that. It may not exist, but there is a risk of that persisting.
Okay, so there's do you guys want to do a straw poll on the options? Were there options for November or what was that, November or May? Okay, so we'll start with Council President Valenzuela. Thank you.
The thing is that more people turn out to vote in November than in May. Some people don't even bother to vote in May. That's what the data shows. I would be inclined to go ahead and do this in November for that reason. And because we do have the farmers market that it ends in October, and there is still a lot of community engagement that can be done throughout that, that time. But I'm really hesitant, but that would be my preference.
I agree for the same reasons.
I would say May or November of 2026, just for the fact that with everything that's going to be on that people are going to be voting for in this November, I don't know that's going to pass just for the fact that people are going to be voting on things that are going to raise their taxes already. And so that was the biggest complaint with people that voted no was taxes and raising it. So if we're going to be pushing it while there's different levies going on at the same time, I don't know that we're going to get a different response. And so if we're trying to get the yes, then I think we have to do it at a different time when that stuff isn't on the ballot.
I would agree that I think people are just going to say no because of all the taxes. And with what's going on in Salem, with the transportation bill that they want to pass, if that passes, I'm sure that will be a no.
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues here that if it's in November, I would say 26. I think that's based on what was stated, as well as just conversations I've had with folks going in and out of the building. I think there's an opportunity with option 2 to do the things that remedy the exit feedback, and I think there's actually value in another cost estimate, not for necessarily more value engineering out. I don't want to value engineer anymore. If there's any more value engineering, it's how do you modularize it to build on later. But I think going through a cost estimation gives the public another chance we can invite them in to listen, participate, so that's fresher than it was when it's been several years, right? When yeah,
The current cost estimate that was used for this ballot measure was done, I believe it was in January. So it's fairly recent. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think if anything, just if we at least had a process to bring people through that, so they have exposure to because I don't know that I got enough granularity of the budget that I normally get in my day job. So for some people, going through that absolves their reservation or anxiety because the cost per square foot is too high, because you get into the explaining why it is. So I think whether you do that through workshops or work sessions, so I think it just does all the things that were mentioned, and it gives a chance to walk people through the process, even if it was recent. They missed it.
Okay, so I think the consensus is to defer to May or November. I guess so. A follow-up question though is, a PAC is citizen driven, but how can the council facilitate in that, or informing one? What is the process of doing that? And I mean, I guess I would just like to know more information, because we've had I know when I first got elected on council, there was a PAC for the levy. I'm just curious, like, how long before do we form one? Like, how involved is it in the timeline?
So I think it would be up to the PAC, but I think a PAC can get involved in something like this at any time. It can start raising funds at any time. It could look at various campaign literature. It can actually advocate for a measure, whereas staff cannot. We can only educate. So in terms of timing, I think it's one of those things that you could start it probably at any time and start to have meetings and figure out, kind of even look at what ballot you may want to put it on and how you may want to gear up for it. As far as registering it, staff can look into how to either form a PAC or how to pick up the one that already exists associated with the levy, because that is a political action committee associated with city measures. And so I'm assuming that under that umbrella, you could probably look at this same process here, but I'd want to verify that.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. One other thing I wanted to bring up was the National League of Cities op-ed that I sent about. I think that reflects another opportunity to widen people's perspective on a police facility and what it offers beyond just what it does for a police officer or administrator. It's just broadening the people's perspective so that their view on the facility isn't as narrow as maybe we communicated, because we focused on statistics and the officers and the environment, and maybe that article offers something in terms of kind of broadening perspective, and we having a year and a half to do that is helpful. Who does that? Maybe it's the PAC, if we get that going.
Any other comments or discussion items? So where are we going? So moving forward, we're going to get information about the PAC, and then we're going to create a timeline for education, public engagement. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think staff will put together a couple timelines. We'll put together a May 26 timeline. We'll also put together a November 26 timeline, and we'll kind of march those back in terms of what some of the key milestones are. I think we also have to add a few things to the learning opportunities that were talked about here tonight, one of which was canvassing and formation of a PAC. We can get some additional information on the formation of a PAC and how that works and what the timelines are associated with that. And then I think we need to probably meet kind of internally about some additional outreach, some additional education, some additional sharpening of the message that we know that already needs to be done in lieu of a poll, not counting a poll, but that also some information that we can bring to the table absent that. And then at some point, we'll have another work session with the council, probably, I'm thinking in the fall, with that information, so the council can deliberate about whether you want to look at May or whether you want to look at November. So, that sound all right, Mayor?
Council? Okay. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Jesse. I'm going to end this work session. I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of the Forest Grove City Council. It is June 23rd at 7:06 p.m. Will the city recorder please call roll?
Councillor Gustafson? Here. Council President Valenzuela? Here. Councillor Schimmel?
Here.
Councillor Martinez?
Here.
Councillor Marshall?
Here.
Councillor Falconer is absent. Mayor Wenzel?
Here. Forest Grove City Council meetings are located on the land of the Tualatin Kalapuas, who call themselves the Atfalati. They are now part of the Confederate Tribes of Grand Ronde. Will the audience and the council please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay. Whereas, sorry, that was a little loud for me. Whereas Parks and Recreation is an integral part of communities throughout this country including Forest Grove, Oregon. And whereas our parks and recreation programs are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring the health of all citizens, and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of a community and region. And whereas Parks and Recreation increases a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas Parks and Recreation is a leading provider of healthy meals, nutrition services, and education. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Forest Grove does hereby proclaim the month of July 2025 as Parks and Recreation Month in Forest Grove, Oregon, Washington County, and encourages all residents of Forest Grove to celebrate the vital role park and recreation professionals play in bringing people together, providing essential services, and fostering the growth of our communities. Thank you.
Proclamación. Considerando que los programas de parques y recreación son una parte integral de las comunidades en todo el país, incluidos Forest Grove, Oregon, y considerando que nuestros parques y programas de recreación son de vital importancia para establecer y mantener la calidad de vida en nuestras comunidades, garantizar la salud de todos los ciudadanos y contribuir al bienestar económico y ambiental de una comunidad y región. Y considerando que los parques y la recreación aumentan la prosperidad económica de una comunidad a través del aumento del valor de las propiedades, la expansión de la base impositiva local, el aumento del turismo, la atracción y retención de negocios y la reducción del crimen. Y considerando que Parques y Recreación es un proveedor líder de comidas saludables, servicios de nutrición y actividades educativas, y considerando que nuestros parques y áreas de recreación natural aseguran la belleza ecológica de nuestra comunidad y brindan un lugar para que niños y adultos se conecten con la naturaleza y se diviertan al aire libre. Ahora, por tanto, el Ayuntamiento de la ciudad de Forest Grove proclama por la presente el mes de junio de 2025 como mes de parques y recreación en Forest Grove, Oregon, condado de Washington, y alienta a todos los residentes de Forest Grove a celebrar el papel vital que desempeñan los profesionales de parques y recreación para unir a las personas, brindar servicios esenciales y fomentar el crecimiento de nuestras comunidades. En testimonio de lo cual ha suscrito la presente hecho el sello de la ciudad de Forest Grove, Oregon, se emplace en este día 23 de junio de 2025 nuestra alcaldesa Melinda Wenzel.
Thank you, Council President Valenzuela. Item B on the agenda is public comment. Time provided for anyone wishing to speak to City Council on an item not on the agenda or on the agenda but not scheduled for a public hearing. Comments are limited to 2 minutes unless additional time is granted by the presiding officer. The public comment period shall not exceed 30 minutes unless a majority of councilors present vote to extend the time. Zoom attendees may use the raise hand option to be called on. We will start with public comment, and I have Mr. Dale Feek. I think he knows where to sit in the record. Please state your name and zip code for the record, Mr. Feek.
Mayor Wenzel and President Valenzuela and councilors. I'm Dale Feek, resident of Forest Grove since 1966 when I started teaching 5th grade at Joseph Gale Elementary School. I loved it. I sent you 2 emails. One, and I sent those to you, Washington County Commissioners, the mayors of Forest Grove, Beaverton, and Hillsborough. So I want to refer those to you. You have documents of just the content. Yes, you have those. The first one is We the People. And what I sent you started with Commissioner Nafisa Faye, as well as Congresswoman Bonamici, Representative Salinas, Senator Reynolds, Beaverton Mayor Beatty, spoke in the Beaverton No Kings June 14th massive rally. I was there. And in Forest Grove, Councilor Donna Gustafson and Senator Janine Solomon spoke at the large rally. I went to the latter part of that. We, the people, spoke with our signs and our marches. Robert Wright says, and I quote, yesterday's demonstrations, that yesterday was June 14th, across the nation in favor of democracy and against Trump's dictatorship revealed the power of the people. The energy may I have 3 minutes?
Yes, you may have an extra
Thank
minute.
you. The energy, exuberance, and solidarity of those demonstrations stood in sharp contrast to Trump's noxious display of tanks and military equipment on Constitution Avenue in Washington, D.C. While Trump continues to politicize the military, hundreds of thousands of us are saying no to his usurpation of power that belongs to the people. I only got 19 of the another minute.
And 20 seconds.
Another minute. We will not be intimidated by the violence he has stirred up, not by the shootings of state legislators and their spouses in Minnesota, nor by the death threats against federal judges, nor the sluggish removal of a United States senator from a Trump official's news conference, nor by the arrest of a judge who didn't cooperate with ICE, nor by the abductions of people from our streets and places of work. We will be steadfast and strong as we were in yesterday's protest. Please complete reading that. The second thing I sent to you is what I fear Trump will do with this war. Again, I'm quoting Robert Reich. Centralize even more power and curtail even more civil liberties is what's happening. One of my goals in writing this letter to you is every day is alert to you to the danger of our democracy so that you can alert others. That's why I'm alerting you. Who then alert others? And by this means we enlarge and strengthen our bulwark against the rule of fascism. Wars pose particular challenges to democracy because nations at war often become more xenophobic and willing to give those in power extra leeway to protect the homeland. That's an underlying danger in Trump's war with Iran. Please continue reading. This is very serious. Even though there may be a relaxing of shooting for 5 days, we are in steep trouble. And if you haven't got this book and you want it on tyranny, let me know. So if you want one, let me know. I know 4 of you have it. Thank you. 5 of you have it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Feek. Next public comment, Carol Allen. Please state your name and zip code for the record.
Carol Ellery.
How do I say your last name?
Ellery?
Ellery. Okay, I'm going to fix that.
That's
Thank
all right.
you.
Everybody says it wrong. That's okay. I'm fine. I've been telling you my story, and I'm going to continue with that. The thing this week I'm bringing to the table is resentment. I had a choice. When my father passed, he left me out of the will. He said that because I moved, it was one of the stipulations because I moved with Oregon versus Chicago. And, at that moment, I had a choice. I could be upset about that, or I could say, my God, it had something better for me. So I made the choice of believing God had something better for me. And that choice was to let go of resentment and bitterness and receive the blessings from God above. With those blessings, I'm the blessed out of all 3 of my siblings. In fact, my one brother did pass. And even though my other 2 brothers, my brothers and them got property, all that property they lost. And I'm the one who God took care of in that. And it says in Isaiah 43:18, and this is a principle for anybody. This is not just for me, because the word of God's for everyone. And it says, forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? I am making a way in your wilderness and streams in your wasteland. And that's what he did for me. I wanted to share that with you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who did not sign up for public comment who would like to give public comment? Seeing no hands, are there any members of the community who would like to give public comment on Zoom? Please use the raise hand feature. Seeing none, I'm going to move on to item C, the consent agenda. Items under the consent agenda are considered routine and will all be adopted with a single motion without separate discussion. Councilors who wish to remove an item from the consent agenda may do so prior to the motion. Any item or items removed will be discussed and acted upon following the approval of the remaining items. What's the wish of the council?
I move we accept the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay. Consent agenda was moved by Councilor Martinez and seconded by Councilor Marshall. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say aye. Hearing none, the consent agenda is approved with a vote of 6-0. Item D is additions or deletions. City Manager, do we have any additions or deletions?
We do have one deletion. Maria Rubio unfortunately fell ill, and so she will not be able to present tonight on behalf of Centro Cultural regarding the Senior Center. So we have rescheduled the Senior Center update to July 14th.
Okay, thank you. Any additions or deletions proposed by council? Seeing none, we're going to move on to presentations, and our presentation tonight is from the chair of our Parks and Recreation Commission, Mr. Brad Bufaro. Hello, Brad. You're good. We go way back.
Well, I thank you for inviting me here tonight. My presentation is very short, so first of all, good evening, council members and mayor. It's my pleasure to provide you with a brief overview of the Park and Recreation Commission's work over the past year. Our primary focus, occupying most of our time for this year, it's going to be a big surprise, has been the cost recovery plan. We worked closely with the consultant to review and refine the process and held multiple work sessions to consider various perspective and policy implications. At nearly every meeting, we received public comment, primarily from concerned citizens representing the youth sports groups. Their input was an important part of our deliberation. We also carefully reviewed the draft policy over a course of several meetings. On March 19th, 2025, the Commission voted to support the cost recovery plan and the accompanying policy as written, with one exception, and most of you know this already. We were unable to reach an agreement on the rental service category, primarily the nonprofit youth sports programs and their feedback. So, this remains an open item for you for further discussion and mainly at your level. So, as you can see, the cost recovery plan was our main area of focus throughout the year. In addition to this work, our regular monthly meetings included reports from staff, updates from the director, which kept us informed on the ongoing park operations and planning. That was most of our year in terms of commission, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to share a brief summary of our work, and we appreciate your continued support of Park and Recreation in the city. And with that being said, that's the end. So if there are any questions or...
Yeah, any questions for Brad? Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Schimmel.
Comment, Brad, thank you for your service over the last 2 years. It sounds like it was a very difficult, tumultuous exercise, and I know as chair that could be difficult trying to preside that, and just extend our thanks to the full commission for wrestling with that and extending it to us. I would be curious to hear, if you're willing to share some of the primary points, for and against the rental piece, and what you would extend to us to consider as we deliberate it.
Right. I think that at least in our discussions in our meetings, there was a definite group that thought that all groups should be paying fees, and then there was a definite group that thought that we should be supporting the youth sports, and the issues really centered around the amount of time that the volunteer coaches and the people who support their kids in those athletic programs spend and the amount of money that they put into those fields. I made a motion probably 2 or 3 weeks prior to this to align our fees with the Forest Grove School District fees, which would mean that at Forest Grove we don't charge nonprofit youth sports for the use of the fields. So they just need to take care of those fields, and that's been practiced with the Forest Grove School District for as long as I can remember. So that motion went down 4-3. So there was obviously a split there. So, I mean, those are the main things. The rest of it was pretty straightforward. It was just that youth sports piece that really caused some discussion, put it that way. And you were there for, I think, 1 or 2 of the meetings, yeah. And they had some good points, really good.
So did you know we had a work session on this at our last meeting? Have you had an update about kind of the consensus of the direction, what we're doing right now to work that out?
We had an update at our last meeting. It was very brief, but Mike gave us some feedback, and so did Ann.
Okay.
Yeah.
We just, Ann and I kind of talked about it in tandem. She was just explaining we just wanted more information, kind of what we went over. She was going to the next meeting give her more information because she was going to kind of run with what she was going to gather for us and then bring it to the board before she brought it back to us.
And I think that one of the things in council, correct me if I'm wrong, but the direction I remember the council giving Ann was one of the ideas was we wanted to see a whole new category for nonprofit recreational programs, to move it more towards the common good instead of out of exclusive, like on that continuum of exclusive use to.
Mike shared that.
Okay.
Yeah, Mike shared that.
Very cool.
It's just, we didn't have any discussion around that really. It was just sharing information. We moved on. So it'd probably be maybe the next commission meeting we'll have.
I think she's going to take a bigger bite into it after she kind of has her chance to figure out what direction, give us a couple of options with the council or with the commission, and then bring it back to council. And what I'm gathering what she was doing.
I guess for me as a school board member and somebody who's been responsible for all those fields, what I've noticed is that as there's been discussion about fees, more and more those youth sports coming into the school district property, a lot of them trying to make plans for the future. So, and I'm not sure if there was, where they got the information, but that's just what I've noticed, especially in the last 3 or 4 months.
Well, I also want to extend my thanks because Brad is ending his 8 years as a volunteer school board member. I think tomorrow night your last meeting.
Yeah.
Your term ends very soon. So, I don't want to out you because you wear your age really well, but as a former educator, administrator, and a volunteer school board member, I think the legacy you leave for Forest Grove, I view you as one of my mentors, and hopefully I can do that for someone else. So, thanks, Brad.
Yeah, thank you. By the way, we're celebrating the 35th year of CBAP, the summer program.
Oh, that's so good.
So we had our staff training today, and it was 35 years, and I went, it's a long time.
Yeah, my son is volunteering.
Yeah.
I was like, get up for work, buddy.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
35 years.
Yep.
Love it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Brad.
Appreciate it.
Okay, we're going to move on to item F on our agenda, which is public hearings, ordinances, and resolutions. I will now open the public hearing on Resolution 2025-32. If approved by the City Council, this resolution will set fees and charges for the 2025 through 2027 biennium budget year. Do any councilors have a conflict of interest to declare? Seeing none. City Manager Jesse Van der Zanden will now present the staff report. Hello, Jesse.
Hello, Mayor, members of the council. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Paul Downey unfortunately won't be with us tonight, so this will be more of the Jesse show instead of the Paul show. So I will try to do my best in filling in for Paul on the various resolutions that you have before you this evening. So the first resolution is Resolution 2025-32. This is an annual resolution setting fees and charges Pursuant to City Code Section 34.2 for licenses, permits, and fees, this is not to be confused with our light and power rates, our water rates, or our storm and our sewer rates. Those are handled by a separate resolution. This has to do only with licensing, permitting, and fees. These shall be adjusted by the council resolution effective each July. According to the code, these are based on the Consumer Price Index for the West Coast or the percentage of the wage adjustment for city employees. Staff has prepared a resolution setting fees for council consideration. A couple highlights. We have differentiated between public online printing costs for the library between color copies and then black and white copies. For light and power, there was a fee that was being charged as part of the building permit and planning process that was actually not on the schedule, but it was being charged through the planning and building department. That has now been added to the schedule. The fee is the same that it was before. It's just now transparent and on the schedule, whereas before it was part of the building permit costs. One of the costs for the temporary power connection fee, staff is proposing to change that from a fixed cost to an actual cost. And that would mirror the other cost called the service extension fee that Light and Power charges. So both of those would actually be the actual cost as opposed to a pre-published cost, taking into account labor, material expenses at the time of the permit. For Parks and Recreation, we're proposing a 3% increase across the board, as we all with all of the licenses, permits, and fees. There still is a moratorium on collecting field rental fees. That does remain in place. And then for the police department, we reassigned the radar certification checks have been removed from the fee schedule, and the event permit fees, which are administered by the police department, are now under the police department on that schedule. Just to give you a couple examples of some of the changes, there's a whole list of changes, but for example, a first-time business license application fee would go from $34 to $35. It's a 3% increase. The utility billing account setup fee for in-city would go from $26.50 to $27.25, 75-cent increase. The Rogers Room rental fee would go from $18.80 to $19.25. And then just one more example, a temporary street closure for the police department would go from $23 to $23.75. So with that, the exhibit is included with your resolution, and unless there's any questions, that concludes my report. Thank you, Mayor.
Welcome. Any questions for Jesse? Councillor Schimmel.
This may be a general question for many of these resolutions is the public awareness, now that we're mere, 7 days from effectiveness, how are we notifying the public?
So is the question how they're, how do we publish them, Councillor Schimmel? Yeah, so these will be published on the website. We have a fee schedule that will get published and put on the website. If there's any pamphlets that need to be updated, then we'll update those and get those done prior to July 1st so that it's current and the current fees can be charged at that point. Jamie Zake is essentially the schedule, if it gets passed tonight, the schedule for 2025 is what would be published on the website, and we probably do some social media advancements, just letting folks know that there's been a 3% increase, and so expect a small adjustment in some of your rates and fees. That answer your question? All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Jesse?
Is there any way to remove the Parks and Rec until we get the cost recovery plan done?
I think that's what the moratorium, like we still, the moratorium still.
But I mean, it's going to adjust fees anyway.
But that they're not going to be.
So those fees, if we do end up assessing fees for field use, would it change right after we do this, implement it? Because if we implement this and the prices are different than what are being said, because the price could be different with that plan, that with the way it's calculating out, right. It can be more.
Go ahead, Jesse.
So, Councilor Marshall, when you look under field rental fees under the parks facility rentals, which is on the exhibit here, it says field rental fees, a moratorium was placed on collecting field rental fees until the fee study reviewing rental fees is completed and field rental rates are reestablished by the City Council. If the council desires, they can take it out of the actual schedule. It has remained in the schedule. It's kind of always been in the schedule, but it's clear that there's a moratorium on it and it cannot be charged by staff at this time. I hope that answers your question.
It did. My concern is that we're showing that it would be this price right here, and that's what we'd be voting on right now to put this in there. But the price could potentially be higher once we get that done, once a cost recovery plan gets done. Because we're basing this off of an increase of what it was previously, but this could be a totally different fee structure once this is complete.
So I think in response, the fee structure that Parks and Rec and the council and the commission have been working on, if and when a fee passes associated with that, it would replace whatever the fees are on this schedule. And so if there's a different, like some of these fees, depending on what they are, may not exist anymore. They may change, they may go up, they may go down, but there wouldn't be two schedules for two separate fees, if that makes sense. There would only be one. And so if a new one is passed, it would be clear in that resolution what fee would go away on this schedule and be usurped by that fee, if that answers your question.
I think what Councilor Marshall is saying is that, so I think, I'm just going to try to.
I think I feel like we're double doing it because we're doing it now, and then we're going to change it in potentially in a month. So
yeah, but this is what it was based on the previous policy passed by.
I've had a few emails today wondering if this is what's going. Like they're just concerned that we're throwing this in instead of before the fee study, and I'm just wanting to see what can be done. If you guys aren't concerned with it, then we'll kind of move with it how it is. But I was just fielding concerns from a handful.
I agree. I agree with Councilor Marshall.
And make a comment.
Yeah, Councilor Schimmel.
I mean, would it be suitable that once we get a motion for the resolution, we can insert a motion to, I guess, suspend this exhibit?
Go ahead, Jesse.
So if the council would like, if there's concern about the rental fee, right now the lights fee is being charged, the rental fee is not being charged. The council can amend the schedule. There does need to be a motion on the floor, and once there's a motion on the floor, the council can amend the schedule if they'd like. So.
Yeah, I'll wait to see what people do. But I think there's, to be said, like right now, we are still charging lights, right? So, and we're not charging for the field rental fee. I think that this was based on policy that was previously established. And so until there's new policy,
Continue with this one.
continue, and then we say like, hey, there's a moratorium placed on collecting field rental fees. But I mean, yeah.
That was more of a question for you guys too, to see what your guys' thoughts were on it. I've had about since this came out, I've had about a few text messages and a few emails asking, is this what it is? Like, is this what's going forward? Are you guys pushing it through now? And I had to explain, no, this is a different thing. But if that's a perception, and they think that's what's happening. So
right. Councilor Schimmel.
Thank you, Mayor. I mean, one thought is that in the course of a motion, adding another footnote with, I guess, 4 asterisks indicating ones that are associated with the moratorium, meaning they won't be in effect.
So currently, the way the exhibit is being administered is that the field rental fee applies to all of the fields that are listed on the schedule. And so the moratorium applies for all of the fields.
Everything on the page. Okay.
Yeah, all the fields that are within this particular schedule. So it's referencing all of them. And it is specific to the field rental fees, not to the light fees. And so, but yeah, if the council would like to alter or change the schedule, you can certainly do that. It would likely require an amendment to the motion. So.
I would motion to amend it to remove this until we figure out what's going on with the fee study.
Does that need to happen after a motion for this?
I think there needs to be a motion on the floor to
Motion on this
adopt the
resolution
schedule,
and
and then
then-
there would be an amendment to that motion.
Any other questions for Jesse? Seeing none, I will now call on persons who signed up to comment on the resolutions. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. Are there anyone wishing to speak as a proponent? Just for the record, I have no one signed up on so I'm just doing a double check on the audience or Zoom attendees. Any opponents to the resolution? And any members wanting to give other testimony, other comments? Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Is there a motion from council to approve the resolution?
No move.
I second.
Okay. Resolution 2025-32 was moved by Councilor Schimmel and seconded by Councilor Martinez. Are there any additional questions or further discussions from council on the motion before we proceed with the roll call vote?
Is this when I would make a motion?
Yeah.
Okay. I would motion to amend this to remove the Parks and Rec until the fee study is done.
Second.
Okay. An amendment on the motion to remove field rentals from the Exhibit 1 general fees and charges schedule was made by Councilor Marshall and seconded by Council President Valenzuela. So is there any?
A clarifying question?
Yeah.
So, Councilor Marshall, does the light fee remain, but the rental fee be removed? Just to
Right
clarify.
now, they're currently paying for lights. So basically, whatever we have the moratorium
Okay,
on, I would suggest that would be what we would remove is what we have the moratorium on.
That would be the field rental fee that's listed on each park. Okay, thank you.
So for clarification, the light fee would still be charged.
Right.
If right now we would take off field. So Park Shelter, Spray Park would still be on the sheet, but Lincoln Park. So can I ask a question from staff? Lincoln, who gets charged? Does Pacific collect the revenue for Lincoln Park in the stadium and turf field, or does the city?
I'd have to defer that to Director Lane. We do have an agreement with Lincoln Park. I believe that we administer the fees and retain the revenues, but I would have to double check with Director Lane on that. So,
yeah. That's something I'm curious about because on this schedule, Lincoln Park, Bond Field, Sherman Field, and Lincoln Park Practice Soccer Field. So those are 1, 2, 3, 4 things on our fee schedule, and I'm not sure if we charge or if Pacific charges.
Yeah, I think for the times that they are used by the public and that fee is administered, but again, I'd have to check with Director Lane. And just to clarify, the moratorium is on the rental fee. It's not on the light fee. So the light fee is being administered. The field rental fee is not being administered. So.
And that's what you're proposing. Okay, any further discussion on it? Okay, let's do a roll call vote on the amendment.
Councilor Gustafson?
Yes.
Council President Valenzuela?
Yes.
Councilor Schimmel?
Yes.
Councilor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilor Marshall?
Yes.
Mayor Wenzel?
Yes, the amendment to Resolution 2025-32 has been approved by the Forest Grove City Council in a vote of 6-0. Okay, so now we will go back. Now we'll go back to the motion on the table, Resolution 2025-32. Any further discussion from council before we proceed with the roll call vote? Councilor Schimmel.
Extend an appreciation to Councilor Marshall for bringing it to our attention and ensuring that we do no harm.
Great, thank you. Any other, seeing no other discussion points, will the city recorder please call roll?
Council President Valenzuela?
Oh, wait. Sorry, I forgot. I need to do will the city manager please read the resolution by title only?
Resolution number 2025-32, resolution setting fees and charges effective July 1st, 2025, and repealing resolution number 2024-24.
Thank you, Jesse. Council President Valenzuela, did you have additional comment?
No.
Okay.
No.
So, Mariah, will you please call for the vote?
Council President Valenzuela?
Yes.
Counselor Schimmel?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Marshall?
Yes.
Counselor Gustafson?
Yes.
Mayor Wenzel?
Yes. The vote is 6-0. Resolution 2025-32 is approved by the Forest Grove City Council. I will now open the public hearing on Resolution 2025-33. If approved by the City Council, this resolution will establish surface water management rates effective July 1st, 2025. Do any councilors have a conflict of interest to declare? Seeing none, City Manager Jesse Vander Zanden will now present the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Starting in fiscal year 2017-18, and first of all, let me pause and introduce Sally. Would you like to introduce yourself?
I'm sorry, Sally.
Sally Cicerci.
Sally is our Assistant Finance Director. She's here to assist. If we have any other questions about surface water or sewer, Greg Robertson, our Public Works and Engineering Director, is also in the audience, and I may ask him to come up depending on the question. Starting in fiscal year 2017 and 18, Clean Water Services, who does storm and sewer water for the county and also for the city, they began setting a regional rate to cover their portion of the stormwater costs. The stormwater costs, just as a matter of familiarity, when you pass a stormwater facility that may be in a development that looks like it's fenced off generally, it could have a collecting pond, it might have some trees and shrubs that's intended to filter out water prior to it going to a treatment facility. That's what is typically called a stormwater facility or a swim facility. Anyways, in 2017-18, Clean Water Services began setting a regional rate to cover their portion of the costs, and local jurisdictions, not just Forest Grove, but all local jurisdictions within Washington County started setting a local rate to cover their portion of the swim rate. This resolution deals with the city's portion for the swim rate. Just by way of information, this fee, about approximately 80% of the total swim fee goes to the city. Approximately 20% goes to Clean Water Services. The city does maintain the stormwater facilities. The city started setting its local swim rate in July 1st, 2017. Clean Water Services, in a separate resolution you will be seeing, is increasing their monthly swim rate by 3% to $2.82 per dwelling unit. As of July 1st, the city's current swim fee is $9.43. The city is proposing to increase it 3%, which is matching Clean Water Services increase. That would result in a fee going from $9.43 per dwelling unit equivalent per month to $9.71 per dwelling unit equivalent per month, effective July 1st, 2025. The total fee, that's Clean Water's and the city's combined, would increase 36 cents from $12.17 to $12.53. With that, that concludes my report. If there's any questions from the council, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay.
Or try.
Does council have any questions for Jesse? Yes, Councilor Schimmel.
Just for my curiosity, is there a way to attribute what the 3% is doing above and beyond?
Yes. Yeah, no, I appreciate the question. Thank you, Councilor Schimmel. Generally, the 3% is intended to try and match what our increases are for our expenses associated with the maintenance and the upkeep of the facilities that I was referring to. That includes both the capital costs and the maintenance costs. So the capital costs are typically things that might be replacing a tree. Maybe you have a plugged pipe. Maybe you might have to replace a pipe in the stormwater facility. The drainage is not working as good. Those types of things. But that 3% is to cover wages, it's to cover inventory, supplies, maintenance, all those sorts of things. So does that answer your question, Counselor?
Any further questions? Okay, I will now call on persons who've signed up to comment on the resolution. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. I have no one signed up on paper. Is there anyone in the audience or on Zoom who would like to testify as a proponent? Anyone as an opponent? anyone wishing to provide other comments? Okay. The hearing is now closed. Is there a motion from council to approve the resolution?
A motion to approve resolution 2025-33.
Second.
Thank you. Resolution 2025-33 was moved by Councilor Marshall and seconded by Councilor Gustafson. Is there any further discussion from council? Seeing none, will the city manager please read the resolution by title only?
Resolution number 2025-33, resolution establishing surface water management or swim rate for the city of Forest Grove effective July 1st, 2025, and repealing resolution number 2024-29.
Thank you. Will the city recorder please call for the vote?
Counselor Schimmel?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Marshall?
Yes.
Counselor Gustafson?
Yes.
Council President Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Wenzel?
Yes. In a vote of 6-0, resolution 2025-33 is approved by the Forest Grove City Council. Okay. I will now open the public hearing on resolution 2025-34. If approved by the City Council, this resolution will establish sewer rates effective July 1st, 2025. Do any city councilors have a conflict of interest to declare? Seeing none, City Manager Jesse Vanderzanden will now present the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So the companion to the swim rate is the sewer rate. That's why you often hear them paired as storm and sewer, swim and sewer. Very similar to the swim fee prior to the July 1st, 2017 Clean Water Services. They also set a regional and a local rate, and the city added a surcharge after 2017 to raise sufficient revenue to cover the costs of operating the local portion of the sewer collection system. When Clean Water Services began setting their regional rate, we separated those two rates, and very similar to SWIM, and we established a local rate. Clean Water Services is proposing a 3% increase to the regional sewer rates. Again, you'll see that in a subsequent resolution. Does not require a public hearing after the public hearings are over. And staff is proposing a 3% increase to the local rate as of July 1st, 2025. The proposed resolution would increase the local base rate from $10.70 per dwelling equivalent unit to $11.02 per dwelling equivalent unit, and the use charge from 52 cents per thousand gallons to 53.535 per thousand gallons per month. In the sewer fee, approximately 80% of the sewer fee itself is Clean Water Services portion of the fee. The city's portion of the fee is approximately 20%. So when you add those two together, the total typical residential customer in Forest Grove, the fee would go from $59.01 to $60.77 per month, for a total increase of $1.76 per month based on the average residential use. I had a question earlier about how does our storm and sanitary sewer fees stack up to our neighbors, in this case, Beaverton and Hillsborough. Currently, we're about a little over $10 less per month than Hillsborough, and we're a little over $5 less per month than Beaverton. So our rates are very competitive when you look at some of our neighboring jurisdictions for these two services. With that, if there's any questions from the council, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
Any questions for Jesse? Seeing none, I will now call on persons who signed up to comment on the resolution. No one has signed up, but if you choose to comment, comments are limited to 3 minutes, and I would like you to please state your name and address for the record. Is there anyone who would like to testify as a proponent? Go ahead, Mr. Feek. As a proponent? Okay, then as an opponent? Seeing none. And then other comments, and I would like to invite Mr. Feek up. And Jesse will get out of your seat. Thank you, Jesse.
Mayor Wenzel, President Valenzuela.
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 I'll get it right sometimes. Thank you very
I
much. And
appreciate you trying.
thank you very much. And Valenzuela.
No, Valenzuela.
Valenzuela.
There you go.
Better.
Perfect.
3 minutes. I've already spent 20, but it's worth the 20 seconds. I'm neutral. The reason I'm neutral is because I went to the Durham and Rock Creek tours. I did that in the last month. So I became fairly knowledgeable. I'm already knowledgeable a lot about clean water services because I attend their Clean Water Service Advisory Committee, and I've been doing this since 2013. So I know quite a bit about sewer and stormwater in the county, less so in the city. There is an issue with Hag Lake. One of the things that Clean Water Services, sewage and stormwater, was hoping for was Hag Lake would be raised, the dam. They've been notified, even though they spent millions of dollars trying to make it happen, lobbying, all that stuff. It's not going to be raised. Now they found out it's also maybe not even going to be reinforced. That creates a problem. Now, the reason it creates a problem is if it's not going to be reinforced, they may not be able to even get it to the level that it currently is. That creates a major problem for sewers and stormwater because Clean Water Services has a problem with regulations of meeting temperature. And what they need is that cold water in the bottom of Hag Lake so they can put it into Tuolumne River to meet EPA and DEQ standards for temperature. That creates a problem. Long-term problem, maybe a rate problem. One of the things I testified to, I don't testify, I make public comment. This is a testified here. Public comment was before, this is testimony because it's a hearing. So I made public comment last week during the Clean Water Services hearing. A concern is sometimes Clean Water Services extends themselves. What I said last week was that they're doing a line from Banks, maybe from North Plains. They're doing this line coming from there and going to treat their sewage. My question is, who's paying for that? So there are issues related to long-term costs and rates. I'm just letting you know that so that it's not a done deal. Rates are going to go up. I'm neutral, but be informed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Feek. You still had 10 seconds. This is the first time you haven't used your full time.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, any other testimony giving neutral or other comments? Okay, the hearing is now closed. Oh, wait, I forgot something. Can I reopen the hearing? I closed the hearing, but did you want to respond to the testimony?
No.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Okay, great. Thank you. Is there a motion from the council to approve the resolution?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Resolution 2025-34 was moved by Councilor Martinez and seconded by Council President Valenzuela. Is there any further discussion from the council? Seeing none, will the city manager read the resolution by title only?
Resolution number 2025-34, resolution establishing city sewer utility rates for the city of Forest Grove, effective July 1st, 2025, and repealing resolution number 2024-30.
Thank you. Will the city recorder please call roll?
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Marshall?
Yes.
Counselor Gustafson?
Yes.
Council President Valenzuela?
Yes.
Counselor Schimmel?
Yes.
Mayor Wenzel?
Yes. The vote is 6-0. Resolution 2025-34 is approved by the Forest Grove City Council. I will now open the public hearing on Resolution 2025-35. If approved by the City Council, this resolution will fix solid waste rates charged by franchisees effective July 1st, 2025. Do any city councilors have a conflict of interest to declare? Seeing none or hearing none, City Manager Jesse Van der Zanden will now present the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This report might take a little bit longer than the previous ones, but let me see if I can unpack this. Metro is increasing its solid waste tip fees on July 1st, 2025. Metro, of course, is the regional government that manages solid waste for this municipality and all municipalities within the Metro boundary. The fees pertain to all cities within the Metro area, and City Ordinance Number 87-2, the city's solid waste franchise agreement with Waste Management, allows the franchisee, which is Waste Management, or the city to apply for a supplemental rate adjustment if Metro increases their fees. Notice of the transfer station tipping fee increase from Waste Management is attached. If you look at this letter in your packet, I'll go to that letter here now and just read you an excerpt from that letter that was provided by Waste Management. There was a letter to Paul Downey from Michael Jeffries, who is the area pricing director for Waste Management, and it was requesting a disposal pass, quote, "We need a disposal pass-through to account for the new disposal rate at the Forest Grove transfer station. The transfer station will be raising their rate to $1.6214 per ton effective July 1st. The rate is the same amount that will be charged at all Metro regulated transfer stations. Further, the proposed rates account for the Metro increase that occurred on July 4th, 2024, as well as the known increase for July 1st, 2025. If you'll notice this particular resolution, it's repealing Resolution 2023-18. The reason it's repealing that resolution and not one from 2024 is there was no proposed increase in 2024. Essentially, Waste Management absorbed that increase, did not ask for an increase from the city, and with the second increase from Metro has now approached the city and asked for a 5% increase in the tipping fee for the solid waste transfer station. Last, the Waste Management, per the code, has furnished written proof to the city that Metro's fees are changing for the services that are covered. They requested the increase per the code. And let's see if I have anything more. Let's see, the increase for residential and commercial customers as of July 1st, 2025 will be an average of approximately 5%. That 5% has been spread over 2 years, starting from 2023. So it equals about 2.5% per year. A more detailed description is included in Exhibit A. Exhibit A was included in the packet. I think that concludes my report, Mayor. And if there's any questions, myself or staff or even Waste Management would be available to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. Does council have questions for staff? Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Schimmel.
Well, this might show a little bit of ignorance, but just in terms of this rate, it's related to Metro. Is there some delineation of a portion from Metro versus franchise costs? It's an understanding, trying to understand how these are formulated question.
I would probably defer that question to either Greg or to Waste Management. We do have representatives from Waste Management here tonight with the mayor's permission. If you would like
Yes,
them to come
please.
up and answer the question, then I can.
That'd be
ask them.
amazing.
Okay.
Yeah. So members from Waste Management.
And just the question I had written down was what portion is related to Metro tipping fees versus franchise costs? But I don't know that I'm asking that the right way based on the resolution.
Sure, thank you. My name is Meg Gallagher. I'm a pricing analyst with WM. If I understand the question, you're asking how much of the requested increase is due to the increase in disposal costs as opposed to increase in operational costs?
Yeah, I think that's maybe a better way. Yeah.
The increase that we're requesting tonight is only because of the disposal costs. It's just a strict one-to-one relation as a result of the Metro tipping fee increasing effective July 1.
I have a question. I guess, so this is a fee from Metro, but what I'm not saying it's going to, but what happens if the city council doesn't pass this? I mean, because it's just a fee like that Metro's charging, that then yet we, yeah. I don't know if anyone else has that question, but I'm kind of curious, like, if this is for
It's
Metro.
a great question. Hold on just a moment here. I have too many papers. Oh, these are your papers. Okay. Oh, okay. That's what I'm getting. confused. Mind if I hand those back to you for just a moment? Okay. Let me go to the code here for just a moment. Please give me a second.
You're fine.
So it says, if the procedures in the rate increase have been followed, and if they've been verified by city staff, and it's a pass-through, the ordinance states, quote, the city council shall approve a rate change for the franchisee which passes through the changes in its fees set by the Metropolitan Service District or Metro.
Then can I have a follow-up question? Shouldn't this just be, I mean,
Why
if
is-
shall means we have to.
Yes.
So the process of a hearing and a vote seems like really confusing to me. I mean, at first I was like, should
I
this
agree
have gone in the
100%.
consent agenda? But then even then, there's a vote to,
I agree 100%. I think we probably would have put it on the consent agenda, except that it requires a public hearing. So,
right.
absent that, it would have been on the consent agenda. Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Any other questions? Thank you, Waste Management, for coming and being available to answer our questions. Thanks. Any other questions for staff or Waste Management?
I do have it. So we could technically vote no and it wouldn't make a difference.
Well, I don't think we can vote no.
No, I'm just trying to make sense of it.
Then we shall, like, read it again.
I think
We shall.
I think maybe another way to characterize this is the affirmative vote by the city council. If it is a pass through and that has been followed and affirmed, it's really an affirmation that the process has been followed and that the fee does apply, that the fee is a pass through, as Waste Management mentioned it was. And if all those conditions apply, which they do here, then it's a shall vote. And so it's the process really this is kind of referring to. In addition to the fee, it's more of a certification, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
If those processes have been followed, if they have not been followed, then discretion would apply, and shall would not apply in this case, if that made sense. So,
Okay. Thank you. Are we good? Any other questions? Okay, so I will now call on persons who signed up to comment on the resolutions. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. Are there any proponents wishing to provide testimony? Any opponents wishing to provide testimony? Any other individuals wishing to give neutral testimony or other comments? Seeing none, I will now close the hearing. Is there a motion from council to approve the resolution?
So moved.
Resolution 2025-35 was moved by Councilor Gustafson and seconded by Councilor Marshall. Is there any further discussion from the council? Seeing none, I mean, we shall do what we're told, I guess. Okay. So no further discussion. City Manager, please read the resolution by title only.
Resolution 2025-35, fixing solid waste rates to be charged by franchisee in the city of Forest Grove, effective July 1st, 2025, and repealing resolution number 2023-18.
Thank you. Will the city recorder please call roll?
Councilor Marshall?
Yes.
Councilor Gustafson?
Yes.
Council President Valenzuela?
Yes.
Councilor Schimmel?
Yes.
Councilor Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Wenzel?
Yes, the vote is 6-0. Resolution 2025-35 is approved by the Forest Grove City Council. Thank you. And I got a lot of papers too. Okay. I will now open the public hearing on Resolution 2025-36. If approved by the City Council, this resolution will adopt findings supporting an exemption for a contract for managed IT services, declare such an exemption, and authorize an award of this contract to Structured Communications Communication Systems Incorporated. Do any counselors have a conflict of interest to declare? Seeing none, City Manager Jesse Vanderzanden will now present the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. With regard to Resolution 2025-36, which is seeking an exemption from normal procurement services for structured, the reason for this particular request is despite multiple attempts, the city has been unable to successfully recruit an information technology manager. Difficulty recruiting and retaining IT staff is not unique to Forest Grove, and it's resulted in municipalities increasingly seeking outside assistance for IT services or some level of IT services, depending on what the service is. In response to this difficulty, city staff is recommending outsourcing IT management services necessary for the city to properly function, in this case to Structured Communication Systems Incorporated. To select a provider, the city conducted a limited solicitation to attract a qualified firm to perform these services and has selected a qualified firm. To enter a contract, however, city staff is requesting an exemption from the statutory procurement process due to the specialized nature of the solicitation. A couple things about this particular solicitation. One, the findings for this, the solicitation itself, and the public notice were all reviewed by the city attorney. Also, this is asking for a one-year contract. Any extension of that contract, if there would be one, would have to come back to the city council as the local contract review board. So this is only for 1 year. Staff does have an intent to do an RFP sometime 6 to 9 months into this contract, or more comprehensive RFP associated with IT services. We do want to get a little bit better idea about what all services we're going to require within that RFP, and this will give us some time to work with Structured, who's already on contract with the city, to be able to kind of discover what those services would be. Structured currently performs firewall management for us. They provide wireless access points, and they also do switches. Further, Structured has been on-site, responsive to 2 IT critical situations that we had suffered in the last 2 months. One associated with the servers at City Hall, the other one associated with Toughbooks and their accessibility. They were timely, they had the depth in the bench, they had the knowledge to be able to fix the systems, and they did it in a very swift manner. In terms of the informal evaluation itself, city staff reached out to 4 firms. We received 4 responses. Those firms knew that we were reaching out to other firms. One of the firms was slightly lower cost. However, they just did not have the capacity and the expertise to actually perform the work. 2 of the firms could not meet the performance measures outlined in the informal solicitation, and they were more expensive. One firm, Structured Communication Systems, they did meet the performance measures, and they were within the budget, and they were lower cost compared to the 2 other firms. Oregon Revised Statute 279B.085 authorizes the local contract review board, in this case, the City Council for the City of Forest Grove, to exempt certain contracts from the formal competitive proposal or bidding procurement requirements upon approval of certain findings of fact. Passing this resolution adopts those findings of fact and finds that this procurement is authorized and is ready to move forward. It does require the city to hold a public hearing, and as I mentioned earlier, this specific exemption would be for 1 year, and the city would do a formal solicitation process 6 to 9 months from now to have a longer-term solution. So if you will, this is something that we're seeking right now to respond to the lack of IT management that we've not been able to find in this case, and to move forward until we can find a more comprehensive solution. So with that concludes my report, Mayor. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
Thank you. Any questions for Jesse? Yeah, Councilor Schimmel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a comment. I appreciate how you're using this instrument to fast track and get our IT systems fixed. I know how urgent that is, especially for our first responders. And it seems to me your explanation of the the burden of proof that, we've done the due diligence seems to be adequate, or that you're providing us assurances that you've done the due diligence to ensure that it warrants the exemption.
Yeah, I think by searching other firms and asking for other proposals and then letting the other firms know that we were asking for other proposals, that did assure some accountability in the process in terms of what the proposals were that we received. Yes.
I have a question. I agree with what Councilor Schimmel said as well. And I know, this has been like really challenging for you and City Hall. And I guess bluntly speaking, my question is the timeline of like a long-term approach. Like how are you going to stay accountable for like staying on that? And I mean, what is the timeline and how are you going to stay accountable for a long-term plan?
So great question. So this contract will give us basically a year. It'll provide the management services and essentially some of the back-end services that we've had difficulty, that the IT manager would also perform, that we've just had difficulty not being able to do it because we haven't been able to recruit for that position. I think the longer-term plan is to make sure that we're being responsive right now, make sure we're getting a very accurate assessment of our system, both kind of behind the scenes, if you will, but also the applications that we're running in our systems. Structured is very good at kind of making that assessment, take a lot of that data, and then go through a formal RFP competitive process later on this fall/winter, where we can really solicit from a number of different firms and get a longer term proposition in place then. And so this is really a bridge to that. It's also a bridge to more information. It's a bridge to a scope of services, essentially, that we can comprise after having this service on board for a little bit. We can really kind of put together what I would characterize as a very accurate scope of services for what we're going to need moving forward, and then go out and seek the expertise to do it, and do so in a formal, competitive bidding manner.
Great. Sounds good. Any other questions? Okay, I will now call on persons who have signed up to comment on the resolution. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. Is there anyone wishing to give public testimony who's a proponent? Opponents? Other comments? Okay, seeing the hearing is now closed. Is there a motion from council to approve the resolution?
Move to.
Got it. Okay, Schimmel, and then second?
Sure, I'll second.
Okay. Councilor Schimmel made the motion and Council President Valenzuela seconded the motion to approve Resolution 2025-36. Is there any further discussion from council? Yes, Councilor Schimmel.
I mean, just a comment. I mean, asking for this kind of exemption could be perceived or contribute to public distress, and I think by affirming a vote on this indicates that we believe that the city's done their due diligence on this, and that the exemption is in the public's best interest. And I'll give one example: is the current police facility that we, of all the departments we need to have uninterrupted service, it'd be that building. So this is absolutely in the public's best interest to ensure our officers get timely and immediate information.
Yeah, agreed. Any other discussion? Okay, City Manager, will you please read the resolution by title only?
Resolution number 2025-36, resolution adopting findings to support an exemption from the request for proposals process for a contract for managed information technology services and related services, declaring such exemption and authorizing an award of a contract to Structured Communication Systems Incorporated, structured following an informal solicitation process.
Thank you. Will the city recorder please call roll?
Councilor Gustafson?
Yes.
Council President Valenzuela?
Yes.
Councilor Schimmel?
Yes.
Councilor Marshall?
Yes.
Councilor Martinez?
Yeah.
Mayor Wenzel?
Yes, the vote is 6-0. Resolution 2025-36 is approved by the Forest Grove City Council. Okay. I will now open the public hearing on Resolution 2025-37. If approved by the city council, the resolution will increase parking fines. Do any councilors have a conflict of interest to declare? Seeing none, hearing none. City Manager Jesse Vanderzanden will now present the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Resolution 2025-37 seeks to increase parking fines. It actually repeals a resolution from a little over a decade ago of 2014-13, which was the last time that parking fines were increased. That's actually a little bit, 2014 actually adopted the same fines, just in a different reference in the code. But the fines were actually carried forward from 2005. And so this resolution would actually be replacing and increasing parking fines that were not increased since 2005 or 20 years ago. The purpose of this is to address Council Objective 2.7 regarding parking demand management and Council Objective 3.4, which is to improve code enforcement services. There was a work session held on this on June 9th, 2025. And council reached a consensus to look at increasing parking fines. The fines were last updated in 2005, and this would increase them effective July 1st. Actually, it would increase them, excuse me, I need to amend that.
We did 90 days.
Yeah, it would.
I think we did 90 days.
It would be a 90-day implementation period. So they would be effective. They would be effective but not applied until 90 days subsequent to the resolution passing. What's happening currently is Pacific University has established a parking fine of $20, but they employ a sliding scale up to $50 for repeat offenders. And so what we're seeing from a code compliance perspective is patrons are parking on the city street because the risk of a $15 fine is much less expensive than between $20 and $50. The council also reached a consensus that where applicable to apply the state fine. So if you look at the fee schedule that was included in the resolution, this would include infractions such as obstructing a sidewalk or a crosswalk, parking too far from the curb, wrong direction on the street. Really what this resolution pertains to is overtime parking, parking in a city park after hours, parking in an alley unlawfully, designated fire lane, loading zone, bus stop, parking space, and in violation of a disabled zone. That's what this resolution is pertaining to. So the other fines would be applying just the state fine. So with that, if there's any questions from council, I'd be happy to try and answer them. But otherwise, this is seeking to try and implement the consensus that was reached during the June 9th work session. With that, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions for Jesse? Nope, I don't see any. So I will now call on persons who signed up to comment on the resolution. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. Any proponents? Any opponents? Any other testimony? Okay, the hearing is now closed. You're right about my wrist. Is there a motion from council to approve the resolution?
Move that we approve resolution 2025-37.
Second.
Thank you. The motion was moved by Councilor Martinez and seconded by Councilor Gustafson. Is there any further discussion from council? The only thing I would like to say about it is I think, and I know it's really hard because we're a full service city and there's lots of things, but some way to kind of keep us, like a way to check in on our fines, like our parking fines, to make sure they're, we have different resolutions that say like, hey, you need to be within this percentage of the salary. Like we need to review this every 5 years or 10 years. I think that this one, it's 20 years.
Yeah.
20 years. And I'm not like, I don't want to like kind of out myself, but she says outing herself. There's been a situation in the last year where I was like, oh, I don't know if I should drive home. And so I walked home and then my parking ticket was $15. And I was like, should I explain why I walked home? And I was like, no, it's only $15. Like I'll just pay it and then be able to save face. And so anyways, I'm just saying that I think that there's some work that we could do on the policy level just to keep us at the same rate of like cost. We're paying our code enforcer more. Like there should just be a rate of like checking on these whether it's 5 years or 10 years?
Yeah, great question. Currently, there's multiple exhibits and resolutions associated with fees and licenses and rates and fines. One of the projects that City Hall is working on is, while those may need to be adopted separately for certain ordinance or statutory or public hearing purposes, we are looking to try and amalgamate all of those into one document, which will not only be more transparent to the public, it will have these all in one place so that circumstances that you're referring to, Mayor, about getting missed over time would occur less frequently and hopefully not occur at all, because we have a central way in which to review these on a per annum basis, and in doing so, try to make sure that they're current and relevant and reflective of what the council would like to do. So,
Great, thank you.
Mhm.
Any other discussion or comments? Seeing none, will the city manager please read the resolution by title only?
Resolution number 2025-37, resolution to increase parking fines and to repeal resolution number 2014-13.
Thank you. And will the city recorder please call roll?
Council President Valenzuela?
Yes.
Councilor Schimmel?
Yes.
Councilor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilor Marshall?
Yes.
Councilor Gustafson? Yes. Mayor Wenzel?
Yes. In a vote of 6-0, resolution 2025-37 is approved by the Forest Grove City Council. And with that, I think we are done with our public hearings. Yes? No? I think so. So moving on to resolution 2025-38, transferring appropriations within various funds for fiscal year 2024 through 25. We have our city manager, Jesse Vanderzanden, and then Sally Cicerci, who's our assistant finance. I don't know your title. Sorry. Assistant Finance Director. Thank you, Sally.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'm going to, and this is pertaining to this year's budget, the fiscal year 24-25 budget. The adopted budget for any given fiscal year is based upon the best estimates at the time that the budget is adopted, and during the fiscal year, unanticipated events occur and actual expenditures become known as the year progresses. At the end of the fiscal year, it's standard procedure to review the expenditures throughout the budget and to modify appropriations, which are the legal expenditure limits, for expenditures which may exceed the appropriated levels at the end of the fiscal year. Oregon Revised Statute, Chapter 294, permits governing bodies to transfer appropriations within a fund by resolution so the budgeted appropriations are not exceeded. This resolution is also appropriating funds due to unanticipated revenue in the building fund that resulted in more professional services and state building surcharges than had been anticipated and budgeted. So in effect, we had more revenue, but we also had more expenses associated with that revenue. This increase in unanticipated revenue resulted primarily from industrial development. Oregon Revised Statute 294-471 allows a supplemental to be prepared under certain circumstances, including when a request for services or facilities is received, and the cost will be paid for by a private individual, corporation, or company, or by another governmental unit, and the amount of the request could not have been known for certain at the time the budget was prepared. In the building fund, I will say that's relatively common. You make your best estimate, but you don't necessarily know when somebody is going to apply for a building permit and what their timeline is. And in doing so, sometimes the revenue can be a little bit off. Lastly, this resolution is also appropriating funds due to unanticipated allocation changes in the American Rescue Plan that resulted in transfers between multiple accounts within the ARPA fund. The ARPA fund had to be expended by December 31st of last year, and the reason for the allocation changes is that to expend the funds prior to the deadline, allocations were made to authorize projects that were eligible to expend funds from projects that were ineligible to expend funds at the time. The total amount of the grant, the categories of the funds, and the eligible projects that were approved by the council did not change. So, I'm going to go over the transfers briefly. They are listed in order in your resolution. This is intended to explain a little more fully the actual transfers and the codes that are explained in the resolution. The first transfer is $10,000 from the general fund contingency to the legislative and executive department to pay for wages that were more than anticipated due to the budget not reflecting the actual wage increases. The total appropriations in this case would need to be increased by $10,000 to $738,132. The second transfer we're proposing is $15,000 from the non-departmental intermittent wages to the Recreation Division to pay for intermittent employee wages being higher than anticipated. Intermittent employee wages are allocated between the Aquatic Center, Parks, and Recreation, and the actual allocation of those employees' wages in the budget within those services category differed from what occurred during the year. The overall personnel budget for the Parks and Rec Department was not exceeded. It's just that within those certain divisions, one was higher and another one was lower. The total appropriations for the Recreation Division would need to be increased by $15,000 to $332,695. Transfer. $10,000 needs to be transferred from the sewer fund contingency to the sewer fund to pay for personal services being over the total budgeted amount based on the fund's monthly payroll expenditures. Similar to the allocation of wages noted in number 2 above, the Public Works staff is allocated between streets, sewer, water, and surface water management when the budget is prepared. When the actual work is performed and it's coded to a certain line item, the time spent in each fund is charged to that fund and may vary slightly from the budgeted amount. Staff spent more time in the sewer fund this year than was estimated in the budget. Total appropriations for the sewer fund regular employee wages therefore need to be increased by $10,000 to $298,926. Number 4, the supplemental and transfer. $300,000 in additional revenue needs to be supplemented to the structural building permit revenue to reflect the increase in building permit revenues. Subsequently, $225,000 is being transferred from that fund to professional services expenditures and $75,000 to intergovernmental services expenditures. These are basically the expenditures that are required to review the permit and the additional permits that came in as a result of the additional revenue. The intergovernmental revenue is used to generally pay for Washington County when it comes to inspections for electrical and plumbing, and the professional services are associated with looking at engineering drawings associated with building permits and plans for that particular development. The total building permit fund services appropriations would therefore need to be increased $300,000 to $1,610,028. And last, we're proposing to transfer $114,000 and $114,036 from ARPA fund transfer expenditures, $77,652 from ARPA fund professional services expenditures, $79,693 from ARPA fund balance, and $5,437 from the ARPA fund interest revenue for a total transfer of $276,818. Recall this was out of a total of $5.8 million that was granted to the city under the ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act, to fund capital outlay expenditures. The transfers from the above sources to capital outlay was done to expend all the ARPA funds by the required deadline and went to authorized projects such as the library restroom, the teen remodel, the downtown glow up project, aquatic center improvements, and automated external defibrillators for all city buildings. The projects where the money came from was the overall city fee study that we were not able to fully execute, and also the city website and branding, a portion of which we were able to execute, which was the website. We were not able, however, to do the branding. And then also a portion was from the GIS conversion of the data. Part of those funds went to these capital projects close to the expiration of December 31st, 2024. At the time of the budget preparation, the total grant expenditure amount was known, but it was not known exactly what was to be budgeted between the expenditure categories. The budget transfer will correct the budget to the corrected amounts. I would say just overall, the ARPA funds have been expended as of December 31st, 2024, prior to the deadline. So with that, Mayor and Council, I would entertain any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Jesse? Councilor Schimmel.
Yeah, this is an interesting one for me. I've seen them in years past, but I guess for one number 5 stems from a question raised to me about federal funds, and so this, for those folks wondering, do we stand to lose federal funds? The answer is no, because we've spent it. We don't get any regular allocations. So,
correct.
For lack of a better phrase, we're washing our hands of federal direct federal allocation currently, so we don't stand to lose anything.
Well, can I, okay. I disagree a little bit, but go ahead.
Okay. And let's see, on many of these, a common refrain I see is the transfers regarding wages. You're taking from contingency, putting them in the budget because of wages. I'm just curious about that tends to be a regular thing, but I understand it's attributed to the actual work performed as opposed to the projected work
Correct.
performed.
Yeah.
That's generally the rationale, and if there's a pattern, what are measures you put into the next cycle to encapsulate what we've learned from the previous cycle in terms of the work or such a stuff?
No, that's a great question. Every year we do look at what transfers have been made between the funds, and we do try to get a more current and accurate number in the budget within those different line items. So, for example, for Parks and Recreation, between aquatics, parks, and recreation, we try to get a more accurate line item based on the previous year's budget. Same with Public Works. And you try to do the best you can. Sometimes what happens is you'll get a project or a program that will come up, however, that was done during the year that was unanticipated, that you have to dedicate staff to. And so in this particular case, if we had something in the sewer department where you might have gotten a blown sewer line or something like that that would require an inordinate amount of staff time to fix, that would take those percentages and maybe be a little bit off. If you look at it as an overall percentage of the budget, they're both relatively small fractions associated with it. And so the transfers in this particular case are between three. In Public Works, it's between 4 divisions, and in aquatics, it's between 3, and we're transferring from 2 to 1, and the other one from 3 to 1, if that makes sense. So, but we do try to use past performance as an indicator of future performance. Just sometimes unanticipated things come up. So.
It was interesting to hear the school district superintendent speak of when they basically are deficit spending. It's when they're starting to bleed their contingency funds. Is there a similar analysis we do as we're transferring things out of contingency when that bleeds out, or if we replenish that?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question, and I'm glad I have an opportunity to answer it. So overall, the personnel services budgets overall were not exceeded, and so we're not over budget. We're just allocating funds within that budget between different divisions within the overall line item. So if the overall line item, for example, was 100, we're not asking to increase it to 110. We're just asking to divide the ones that were underneath it that might have been 33, 33, 33 to 30 and 35. So it's not as though we're increasing that number. With respect to the, in reference to your question about the overall savings account or what we call, we call it the savings account. I call it the savings account. It's a percentage of our overall expenses. The city council has a policy of maintaining a 25% reserves. And this has no impact on the reserves policy at all. Our reserves have maintained the same. In the prior year, we added to the reserve in this year's budget to maintain the 25%. And so this does not impact that, Councilor Schimmel. I hope that answers your question. Mm-hmm.
I wanted to go back to the federal dollars. So it's true that we have spent the American Rescue, the ARPA funds were a one-time, and we spent all of those, but we have since been awarded congressional allocations, right? And so we have not received the $900,000 first, right? My understanding of talking to Keith, we have not received the $900,000 for solar panels.
That's correct. We're still working with Housing and Urban Development to set up the account to hopefully receive the money if and when it's released.
And then the $850,000 for the East Forest Grove TV Highway Safety Improvement. We've said we're going to work with ODOT to put the light at U Street. Like we have a plan for what we're spending, but my understanding is we still haven't actually received.
We have an agreement in place with ODOT to receive the funds, but whether ODOT has actually received the funds or not, I'll have to double check on that. I don't think they have, but we have an agreement in place for when they do.
Yeah, and I think, I think we are, I will agree that we are less reliant on federal funding than our partners at the county by a whole lot, and even some of our other, Beaverton, Hillsborough. But I think that we'll continue to try to tap into congressional allocations, because that really does.
Yeah.
I mean, we're a small community until we have some sort of, economic, something, then it's really hard for us to fund these bigger projects without partnership. So, but I do think the ARPA, I mean, I've been asking for this for 5 years, and I'm just going to be, I don't know, I guess I'm just not going to get it. But I am so proud of the way that City of Forest Grove, the budget committee, subcommittee, Paul Downey, handled those ARPA fund dollars. I think that we really did such a good job of spreading those one-time dollars from the federal government to so many different areas for our community to receive benefits. It's one of the most proud. I think it was done in a really thoughtful, constructive way, and I thought the whole process was really good. And so I know I've annoyed Paul numerous times by saying, Paul, share the story of all the things we did with this money. He's like, okay. But he should be really proud. I think it was a really good
I'll
deal.
definitely take that back and have a conversation with communications to kind of tell the story about what was the ARPA funding spent on and what were the projects, because there was a lot of projects over the last few years that money was allocated toward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. Any other questions for Jesse?
Oh,
follow up, yeah.
Thank you for bringing that up. And in terms of the communication, it helps to know where it is potentially impacted and where we can center our advocacy immediately on the 850. Sounds like that's the.
And the 900,000. And then he also canceled that. It was a transportation for EV chargers, right? So there was a $1.4 million infrastructure for EV chargers that we were going to share with the city of Tualatin, us, and that got froze. So it's not, but there's just some things. So
There's other infrastructure grants that we're also looking at right now that
the brick grant.
we can get our applications ready, we can get our agreements in place, but it's just really a matter of if the money will be released.
Yeah. Okay. So no further discussion or questions. I guess it was just question time. Is there a motion from council?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, resolution 2025 was moved by Councilor Schimmel. 2025-38 was moved by Councilor Schimmel and seconded by Council President Valenzuela. Any further discussion from the council? Councilor Schimmel.
Sorry to keep hitting on it. I think circling back to a learning from the National League of Cities Conference in DC, where our congressional delegation are most effective when there's a very explicit ask. These are the two things that we still need to see pass through. That they get on their phone and know who to call. So if any of us are in those conversations with our delegation, that's the secret.
Thank you. I agree. And maybe Bonneville in that pool for our Misstep project. Okay. So will the city manager please read the resolution by title only?
Resolution number 2025-38, resolution transferring appropriations within various funds for fiscal year 2024-25.
Thank you. And will the city recorder please call roll?
Counselor Schimmel?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Marshall?
Yes.
Counselor Gustafson?
Yes.
Council President Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Wenzel?
Yes. Resolution 2025-38 is approved by the Forest Grove City Council in a vote of 6-0. Moving on to resolution 2025-39. I'm going to turn it back over to Jesse Vanderzanden, and I think Greg ducked out.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So I referred to this resolution twice when the council was considering both swim and sewer fees. This is the companion resolution that accepts the clean water services rates for fiscal year 24, 25, 26. It also authorizes city staff to charge these rates and then remit these revenues back to clean water services. So a little bit of background, Clean Water Services sets the sewer and surface water management rates, and those rates are set by the Board of County Commissioners, who serves as the Clean Water Services Board also. They also set not only the SWIM and sewer rates, but they set the system development charge rates for both SWIM and for sewer. The city collects these funds, and then we remit these payments back to the Clean Water Services. So this resolution is really about accepting the rates and authorizing city staff to collect these rates on behalf of Clean Water Services and then remitting these revenues back to Clean Water Services. Clean Water Services Board established the following increases effective July 1st, 2025. The first was a 3% increase in the sewer rates, which would take the bill from $48.31 to $49.75 per dwelling equivalent unit per month. The board also adopted a 3% increase in the stormwater management rates, which would increase Clean Water Services rate from $2.74 per dwelling equivalent per unit per month to $2.82. And then last, the two SDC charges, the sewer SDC, they adopted a 1.8% increase from $7,009 to $7,139 per equivalent dwelling unit. Recall, this is system development charge is charged on new development, not existing development. And then the SWIM SDC, a 1.9% increase from $678 to $691 per EDU. The impact to the single-family residences is noted above. The city retains 20% of the sewer SDC. We retain 100% of the SWIM SDC. So the city will collect more revenue for each permit issued. That concludes the staff report. If there's any questions from the council, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
I have a question. Is there a benefit to the city to administer these rates for clean water services?
That's a good question. It's pretty common for most municipalities to administer the rate with Clean Water Services. I will say there has been some conversation lately about how to delineate Clean Water Services rate either on the bill and separate it from the city's rate so that it's not a combined rate. There's also been discussion about Clean Water Services administering their own rate and then the city administering the rate. The current intergovernmental agreement that we have with Clean Water Services requires that the city at this point administer these rates, but that agreement can be relooked at. There's some cities that are looking at trying to make sure that these fees are more transparent than what they are now because the customer sees it as one single rate and they assume it's the city rate when in fact most of it is the Clean Water Services rate. And so those discussions are being had, Mayor. There's not an official proposal at this point, but it is being talked about.
Thank
I don't
you.
know if that answers your question fully, but
No, and I think too, like when you're going to meetings and, and I'll talk to board members as well, there's, with the accountability for Clean Water Services, some of the things that have gone on, like it's really important that there is accountability and public trust. And, I don't want the city to lose public trust based on acts that we're not a part of. So that's my concern with us carrying that for them is, some of the things that have come out recently. Okay. Any other questions?
Concur with the comment that we could be perceived as complicit with that behavior, especially if you're not getting an invitation to the insurance board in Hawaii. Seems to be a shame.
yeah. So this issue has come up recently. It is a topic of conversation, and I think the topic is really centered on making sure that the resident, the customer knows what fees are attributed to whom and what those fees go toward. And there can be some improvements in that area.
Perfect. Thank you for working on that. Is there a motion from council?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, resolution, writing names so I don't forget, sorry. Resolution 2025-39 was moved by Councilor Martinez and seconded by Councilor Marshall. Does council have any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, will the city manager who's working double time tonight please read it by title only?
Resolution number 2025-39, resolution accepting clean water services, sanitary sewer utility rates, surface water management rates, swim system development charges, and sanitary sewer system development charges effective July 1st, 2025, and repealing resolution number 2024-31.
Thank you. Will the city recorder please call roll?
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Marshall?
Yes.
Counselor Gustafson?
Yes.
Council President Valenzuela?
Yes.
Counselor Schimmel?
Yes.
Mayor Wenzel?
Yes. Resolution 2025-39 is approved by the Forest Grove City Council in a vote of 6-0. Moving on to Resolution 2025-40. It's a shocker, but I'm going to turn it back over to City Manager Jesse Vanderzanden.
It's the last resolution I have tonight. So Resolution 2025-40 is readopting the investment policy for the city of Forest Grove. The city last reviewed and adopted its current investment policy, which is this policy, on June 24th, 2024. To keep the policy current and in line with best practices and in compliance with Oregon Revised Statute 294.135, the policy requires annual review and adoption by City Council. This policy does not apply to the city's defined benefit investments, which are covered by a separate policy. This policy essentially covers cash investments only. To give you an idea and an example of what those investments are, just briefly, this covers investments in U.S. Treasuries, U.S. agency obligations, municipal bonds, commercial paper, CDs, Oregon short-term fund, and corporate notes. So this is cash investments. This is not investments associated with the defined benefit or deferred compensation programs that the city administers. That's through a separate policy. The city's outside investment advisor has reviewed the policy and has no recommended changes. There have been no changes in state investment laws or in investment best practices since the policy was last reviewed, which was last year. Staff is recommending readoption with no changes of the investment policy. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Any questions for Jesse? Yes, Councilor Schimmel.
Yeah. I'm curious just from past recommendations from the public. I know they've reflected, companies that invest, or companies that contribute to poor air quality or other things. Does this reflect some of those prior public recommendations?
So, a good question. To the best of my knowledge, and I'd like to confer with Paul maybe a little more on this. This policy actually doesn't cover equity markets. Equity markets are typically where you find responsiveness to those types of objectives that may be outlined by a city council and their portfolio. This investment policy is strictly about cash. And so in the cash market and the non-equity market, you're looking at really CDs, U.S. Treasury bills, something that's in that very kind of short window time frame that's looking at investing a smaller portion of your overall portfolio, not the equity portion of the portfolio. And so I don't know if that answers your question, Councilor Schimmel, but the options of which the investments that are covered under this policy are pretty limited. And they're found on, they're found on page 14, and there's really 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and there's really 9 different kind of cash investments that you could invest in. Most of them are treasuries and bonds and things of that nature. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I hope it addresses it. So,
Any other questions for Jesse? Seeing none, what is the wish of the council?
So moved. Second.
Resolution 2025-40 was moved by Councilor Gustafson and seconded by Council President Valenzuela. Any discussion by council? Seeing none, will the city manager read the resolution by title only, please?
Resolution number 2025-40, resolution readopting the investment policy for the city of Forest Grove and repealing resolution number 2024-32.
Thank you. Will the city recorder please call for the vote?
Counselor Marshall?
Yes.
Counselor Gustafson?
Yes.
Council President Valenzuela?
Yes.
Counselor Schimmel?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Wenzel?
Yes, Resolution 2025-40 is approved by the Forest Grove City Council in a vote of 6-0. Jesse, can I ask a quick question? Thank you for all those staff reports, but typically in the past, you have liked to not be a part of the next two resolutions, and is that true for tonight as well?
Yeah, if the council has no objection, I typically have just let the room to let council freely deliberate on what they'd like to deliberate on, and then have Maria come out and get me when the council's done, if that's okay with the
Yeah, that's
council.
fine. I'm just wondering, can I read the resolution by title only then? Or who reads it by title only?
I think the city recorder would probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. I just want to make sure process-wise
Yeah,
we're
you bet.
good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to Resolution 2025-41, accepting the city manager's performance review. And we have our Human Resources Director, Brenda Camille, who's going to present to us.
Good evening, everyone. So you have two resolutions, your final ones of the evening before you, both having to do with the city manager's evaluation and compensation. So we're going to handle them one at a time. And so the staff report includes information about both of the resolutions. So let's just start with the performance review. In accordance with the city manager's employment agreement, the city council is charged with evaluating the city manager's performance once a year, July 1st through June 30th. And the city council has done that, and they've met twice in executive session, April 14th and May 12th, to review and conduct the evaluation discussion and also to present the information to the city manager. So in terms of what we are doing tonight is not to go over the evaluation in great detail, but the state of Oregon open meeting law requires the council to return to an open public meeting to give a summary of the city manager's annual performance review as it relates to compensation consideration. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the council for any discussion about resolution 2025-41, which is just to adopt and accept the city manager's final evaluation, which is dated May 27th, 2025.
Okay, thank you, Brenda. Any questions for staff or discussion for the council on Resolution 2025-41? Just as a review, the performance ratings were good. Everyone seemed pretty happy with how he was doing. And so is there a motion on the table for Resolution 2025-41?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Resolution 2025-41 was moved by Councilor Martinez and seconded by Councilor Marshall. Any discussion on it? Seeing none. Will the city recorder please read it by title only?
Resolution number 2025-41, resolution of the City Council accepting the city manager's performance review.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say aye. Hearing none, Resolution 2025-41 is approved by the Forest Grove City Council in a vote of 6-0. Okay, so I'm going to turn it back over to you for Resolution 2025-42, where we talk about compensation.
Okay, so the second part, and most of the memo is addressing the compensation, and which includes a vehicle allowance for the city manager position in lieu of the city providing a city-owned vehicle. And just a note before I forget on that point, in the recent past, the vehicle allowance has been based on the annual 12-month CPI of the year before the prior year, which was 2.7% in 2024. That the council is not held to that. That's just a point of information. So the current salary for the city manager was set by resolution last year, which was effective July 1st, and it will conclude on June 30th. And so the council will be looking at the period of July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026. I have the amount, and we will talk about that again in a moment, of the last increase. In order to help the council and provide more information for you to consider, staff conducted a market study of the city manager position compensation of 12 of our peer cities, which showed the city of Forest Grove city manager position to be approximately, and that's a typo, that should be negative 10.35. It's correct on the back, and I apologize about that. 10.35% below the market median. And so just as a reminder, the compensation policy for city employees is set by city council in the employee handbook, and it's to pay positions within plus or minus 5% of the market median. So the city manager is currently 10% over 10% below the market median. Of the cities that were surveyed, I took a look at what it was that was contributing to our position being so much further behind the market. And one thing that I noted is 11 of the 12 cities that were surveyed provide a deferred compensation contribution benefit to the city manager. So Forest Grove and one other city are the only ones of those comps that don't provide that benefit. And I think the one reason that that is provided for that city manager position is that it's also contributing toward retirement and not just, had taken the same kinds of, compensation. So it's a popular benefit. It's not one that the city of Forest Grove currently offers, but that's an option that I included for the council's consideration this evening. So of those cities that provided the 457, it's a 457 plan, the deferred compensation plan, they range from 3% to 10% of base salary. So there was a fairly big range. So staff put together some potential options on page 2 for the council's consideration. Obviously, the council can put together any combination of things that they want to. This is just to give you a little bit of an idea. If you did this, how would that affect the compensation and the market position for the city manager position versus if you do another thing? I want to note, though, that the compensation study, in order to make it apples to apples, we always pick a date and time where we have all the information from our peers available. So January 2025 was the date that all of the comps were done. So this study doesn't take into account any pay increases that peer cities will be getting on July 1st to their city managers. And as of a couple of weeks ago, everyone was asking each other, hey, what are you giving your city manager? So I think it's not decided in a lot of places yet. So I don't have any information about what other peers are giving their city managers as of July 1st. So for the apples up comparison, we pick a point in time where we have all the data. And so if you look on the second page, I have a chart here, and I want to explain it just a little bit to you. The far left column says current, and if you follow that row across, you'll see the current annual base salary for the city manager is $195,168, and that's a monthly base salary of $16,264. And at that rate, as you see, I have a column for annual deferred comp, which is 0 at this point. So based on that, as of January 2025, the city manager is 10.35% below the market median. Then I put some options together, and cost of living, market adjustments, you can call them whatever you want. So market adjustment means you're just giving an increase to try and address a market issue. Cost of living generally is what was the CPI, which I mentioned earlier was 2.7%. And then I added deferred comp into there. So in the second column, you see COLA/deferred comp. So I gave some options. If the council were, for instance, on the first option, give the city manager a 3% cost of living or market adjustment and no deferred comp, if you follow that across, that would still leave the position 7.18% below the market median. And if you look on the far right hand column that I was just reading from, there are 3 that are in gray, shaded in gray. And if you look at my note, none of those options would meet the city's compensation policy of being within 5% of the market median. So I looked at just giving a straight percentage increase for 3%, and if you go down about 5 rows, 4% and 5% toward the bottom, and you see that none of those options even bring them within the city's policy of compensation. So I added deferred comp, and it actually could be, it doesn't have to be deferred comp, it could be 3% market adjustment plus 3% COLA, which I believe is what the council did last year. They did a 4%, which was the market increase or an adjustment, and then 4% was actually the CPI last year. So it could be any combination, but I'm just using deferred comp. So if you look at that, the second line is 3% COLA plus 3% of the base pay going into deferred comp, would show the annual base salary would go up to $201,023, and the annual deferred comp would be $6,031, and that would leave the position at negative 4.32% of the market median as of January 1st, basically. So if you follow that down, if that makes sense, if you have any questions about the chart. So the highest, when I looked at deferred comp 0, 3, 4, and 5%, with 3% COLA and then with a 4% COLA. And instead of just making this chart even bigger, I figured we got the idea by the time I got to 5%. 5% and zero deferred comp leaves them at negative 5.2. 5% and 5% COLA, 5% deferred comp would put them right about at the market median. So if you say 0.5, that's pretty much right at the market median, because zero would be the market median. I deal with this kind of stuff a lot, and not many people look at it. So please let me know if you have any questions about the chart or any questions about the information. Meanwhile, before we move on.
Any questions? Councillor Schimmel.
Because we pride ourselves on the full service city, that means more complexity for our city manager than other cities. Did the comparisons reflect like cities or just cities in the county?
So that's a good question. So the city has peer cities that we have used for about 20 years since I've been here, and they were established by a market study that we did. So the idea is that you want our population to be right about the middle of the peers that you use. That's why we call it a median. And we use only the Portland metro area because that's the area that we recruit from. But we also look at the population. So for instance, the smallest city that we use for the survey is Gladstone. They're at 13,000 population. Forest Grove's at about 26 to 27,000 population. Lake Oswego is the largest, and it's 39, close to 40,000.
Can I add something too? But I think what Councillor Schimmel's getting at is not exactly the size of comparable, but I'm just going to spit it out. I think Jesse has 13 direct reports. But even though Beaverton is 4 times the size of us, maybe even larger, they have their own Parks and Rec department, right? Like the city manager of Beaverton's not looking at their Parks and Rec, the power, right? Because we in Forest Grove, even though we're smaller, we have light and power, we have Parks and Rec, we have police, we have fire, right? Where a lot of our comparables don't have that. So, I mean, I don't want to speak for Councillor Schimmel, but I think the question was, did you, in looking at the I just don't think there are any comparables in this metro area, because the only other full service city that I know of, and I only know this because I went to college there, is Ashland.
Mm-hmm.
And they have that around this, it's Ashland, Oregon. They have it around the same population, but.
And they have an electric utility, the same as we do, much smaller, and a very different population. So yes, what Mayor Wenzel was saying is correct. There's some of them have a golf course, some of them have, so there's variations, that they manage. One city has I can't remember which one has a golf course. So what we're looking at is primarily, and you're right, the varying levels of responsibilities are going to be different. And Hillsborough has, I think, 4 deputy city managers in addition to a city manager. So the size makes a big difference. But in terms of cities that are similar to us, not having all the same departments necessarily, but similar in size and organization and structure, and in our area, those are the cities that we use. So I don't think any of these have none of them have electric utility. I know that most of them don't have fire departments because they're districts. So we do have a few more departments and complex departments as well.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you. You supplemented there, and I mean, I guess there's a big asterisk next to peer cities on this one thing in particular, and I don't know if in your HR world there's some way to put a value to that much added complexity for our city, because if we're going to pride ourselves on something, we should compensate for that complexity above our peers.
It is a good question.
Or at least know what it is and work toward.
So in compensation theory, you're looking for positions that are basically 75% similar, because none are going to be exactly the same. Police officers is the closest you're going to get. They pretty much do the same job everywhere, but the complexities are very different depending on so many factors in your organization and also in your city. So I don't really know of a fair way to do that. You're looking at the person who has the overall responsibility for managing the whole operation and reports to an elected official body. So that's what these have in common. But yeah, that is a difficult thing. That's something the council can make a decision on.
Well, sorry. We don't mind any having the for a moment longer. I'd be maybe the starting point would be like what is the percent he's at? The percent similar to peer cities? Is he? I guess he's. If I'm thinking right, is he above that or below that? If he's doing more complex work.
His compensation?
Well, just you're using a basis of 75% similar to peer cities. I'm curious if we could put an indicator on where he's at today relative to the 75%.
I am not sure how to do that.
And I'm just curious. I'm just trying to figure out some measurable way to reflect his pay versus his peers.
And the 75%
in a different environment.
Sorry, excuse me. The 75% is basically whether or not you even use them as a comp, and still there's going to be differences. So I don't actually know of a fair way to do that because I'm not as familiar. We'd have to look at each one of these city manager positions and what they have available. But like I said, I know because when I look at the parks director and I look at when we're doing salary surveys, we look at the public works director, they all vary, but primarily their overall responsibility is the same. They're running that department and anything in it. And Ashland, their electric utility, they also have the communications. So they also do, I think, wireless communications and things like that. So that's a little bit of an anomaly. So you're not going to find exactly the same. There may be things that are maybe a little more complex some places because of certain factors and less, but I apologize. I don't have a good way to do that.
I'm just exploring some way for around comp. The other question was around budget capacity for, say, the 5-5 option at the bottom of your table. I mean, is that budget feasible to do, or where? I guess where is that line where we need to start this year and grow?
Well, the city council sets the city manager compensation, so it's outside of our comp plan, the city's comp plan. Since the city council hires the city manager and you also adopt the budget, the city council, there isn't a limit, I suppose.
I mean, like, seems to be so. Can't remember. Just curious about what the capacity is.
Councilor Martinez.
So my thought is, what did we do recently with the fire department? Let's try and be consistent, perhaps, with what we've done already with percentages. And if I remember right, there was, what was it, a 4% raise or a 3% increase with a 4%?
You're going to tax me into remembering.
Yeah, I am.
So one thing I want to say, Councilor Martinez, is that we do a market study for them too, which we did. And each union we do that. So it's difficult sometimes to compare across groups because they all have a market survey that's done and the market for firefighters is different than city managers. But I do believe it was 4%. Plus
I know most of them
spot adjustments for captains and lieutenants. So if you add those together, I think some of them were 8% with the spot adjustment.
Okay, so just really quick, a couple of things. I just want to go over like process things because I think in order, this resolution is going to be done a little differently because we're going to end up having discussion now because we have to like come to a consensus about before we have the motion. Is that correct? And is that okay, Mariah? That we're like basically going to be doing our discussion now and then the motion comes because, or do you want us to like throw out some motions and then have them and then discuss them or?
As far as motions to edit the resolution?
Well, like I believe that the motion had specific, like an amount, like we're going to do this and this. And to get to that, we need to have the discussion before that.
I think that would be okay, yeah.
Okay, and then the other thing I would like to point out is that in the resolution, there's not a blank spot for deferred compensation. And so can we add that?
So if you look at section 3 or recommendation, Mariah and I added this in here. If the city council wishes to add a deferred compensation plan contribution, a motion will need to be made to add a section to the, hey, I don't even need my glasses. To do that.
Okay, got it.
Added to the resolution to that effect. And we drafted section 3 on the staff report that could be added to the resolution and with the renumbering that would need to to occur. So there's blanks, to those of you who haven't done this city manager's
And then we'd add
compensation. The resolution has blanks for you to fill in on each of the areas.
Okay, so I'm good with those. And then I wanted to come back to Councilor Martinez's position and just say that I disagree, because to be like I think how we got in this place where we're 10% below the market value is that, excuse me, for the last 9 years that I've done this with Jesse, he's always been like very humble about it and said, hey, I just want 3%. I want whatever the non-represented gets. He's like always been so worried about it being fair across the board. And I say this with a lot of love and a lot of like admiration for Jesse. This is going to create an institutional issue, right, for the structure of our city. If we're not competitive in what we pay a city manager, then we won't. If something happens, he is the longest running city manager in Washington County, 10 years. That is not what's happening, right? So we're very lucky, first of all, that he stayed. And I believe that he's done a good job. And I think we should pay him a market value, because what will happen if he leaves is we're going to have to make our wages competitive to recruit a good. So to me, it's like this, not necessarily what we've paid our non-reps or our firefighters or our public works. There's different jobs because we are full service city. And sometimes that happens. Like I'll talk to somebody from one agency and they're like, hey, this isn't fair because this other group's getting this. But there are different unions, there are different licenses, there's different pressure. Jesse literally is on 365 days a year.
And that's fine. We had to start somewhere.
right.
Let's get the ball rolling and get this done. So
Yeah, I think, well, I mean, if I would like to see 5% increase and 5% in define. I would like to fix it. I would like us to get close to the market position of 0. So I would propose, but I can't make any motions or anything, but I would propose a 5% COLA, 5% defined compensation.
So
I would
moved.
support that. Sorry,
So is that a second?
Councilor Schimmel.
Is that a second, Council President?
Yes.
So I have a motion from Councilor Schimmel for 5% COLA, 5% deferred compensation, and a second to that motion from Council President Valenzuela. Okay, let's open it for discussion.
that's fine. Move on. I'm good with that.
Are we good? Well, do we also need to talk about the car? I didn't have that. That's not part of the motion. Do we do a second? Or do we amend it? What's your?
Mariah?
The person who made the motion can amend it.
Right. So let's look at the car. What's the proposed compensation for the car?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Or if you can just roll it back. So vehicle allowance is
Currently,
307.
the vehicle allowance is 3,686. And if we increased it by the CPI 2.7, it would be 3,786 per month. So annually, I do believe, I apologize, I don't think I have that on here, but I did bring my calculator. So, $45. Oh my! That would be the annual amount. Would be, I do have it on here. The annual amount would be $3,786. It's currently $301, $307 per month.
Just amending my motion to include the car allowance at the current CPI.
And I'll second that.
Okay, so did you get that, Mariah? That was added on.
So was that 4%? Just
It was the current CPI, which I think is 2.75. Is that correct?
2.7.
2.7, sorry. In the memo, it says a 4% increase, but
that was
I'm trying to figure
last
out.
year's.
Okay.
So the memo shows what was done last year, which was 4% increase plus 4% cost of living. And so the vehicle allowance was $3,686 annually.
Okay, so it'll be 2.7 above that. And then do we need to have a separate, so should we, do we need to do a separate motion for the defined, or the deferred compensation?
I think it sounded like Councillor Schimmel's motion included deferred compensation. So with it written out in the report, I think we can assume that that included that language.
And include the car.
Can you go back to the chart, Mariah, so I can fill out the resolution link? Or do I need to fill this out on this signed one? Or do I need to come in tomorrow and sign a different one?
I'll have a printed one that you can sign.
Okay. Cool. So there's no discussion on this? Councilor Schimmel?
On the amended or the main motion?
The whole,
Okay.
the whole thing.
Well, I think this is another one of those public trust resolutions, and I want to acknowledge the councilor's comment about the consistency, because I think that's an easy assumption that to make versus across industries, there's what you described as what you evaluate, an individual's role and what rate you're measuring them to is different than others. And I've seen where they can go anywhere from 3% to 25% because that person's wildly underpaid relative to his peers or the market. So I want to just acknowledge that it's important that what was raised about consistency relative to industry standard on assessing the compensation for a person's title.
And I know we haven't voted yet, but I just want to say that I appreciate the council recognizing that we have a legitimately awesome, valuable city manager, and that we should pay him fairly for the work that he does, the complexity of the work, the things he's achieved in the 10 years that he's done it. So I know we haven't voted yet, so I guess let's do the vote. But I'm preemptively thanking you beforehand, I guess. I don't know. Okay, city recorder, please call roll.
Do you want me to read the title first?
What?
Do you want me to read the
title? Yeah, you should probably do the process correctly. Yes, please read the title first.
Resolution 2025-42, authorizing compensation for the city manager for fiscal year 2025 to 26.
Okay. Will you call roll, please?
Councillor Schimmel?
Yes.
Councillor Martinez?
Yes.
Councillor Marshall?
Yes.
Councillor Gustafson?
Yes.
Council President Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Wenzel?
Yes. Resolution 2025-42 has been approved by the Forest Grove City Council in a vote of 6-0. Thank you very much. We will now move on to item G. Thank you, Brenda. Thanks for staying out late for us. I will now move on to item G on the agenda, which is council communications. And I will start with Council President Valenzuela.
Thank you, Mayor. So I do have some news. So the summer reading started already. It was launched on Saturday the 14th. And some other news, there is a teen library intern that has been hired for the summer. This position was supported by a grant from the state library to hire a teen librarian. So a person was selected to work in the teen area during the summer, getting experience of what it's like to work and working at a library. So this is a very valuable grant that is providing a valuable opportunity for one of our youth. Then also the fall book sale is going to take place on October 16th and 18th. The Friends of the Library, they have already approved the budget. and the winner of the high school scholarship has been selected. That is $1,000 award. They did not have the name of the person, I believe, at that time. All right, so there was a review of the goals for 25-26. Return to the arts was covered at this meeting. The gathering of the groups, which is a yearly event, the date is to be determined, but it will take place sometime in October, and it will be on a Sunday. And Colleen will give us the information, and I will extend an invitation to you all. The National Library Week was very, very successful. Staff was very grateful and appreciative of the gifts. They received T-shirts and some other gifts there at the library. The T-shirts were really cool because they were created by our youth from the high school, Forest Grove High School. I got to see them, and they are so creative, and they did a beautiful job with that. So we certainly appreciate them being part of this. The behavior policy of the library is being reviewed. A training on de-escalation is needed. Colleen has been in contact with the chief, of course, to be able to discuss on issues, things that have happened in the library that need to be addressed. So it is important to have a training on de-escalation, unfortunately, searching for a solution on how to, navigate these challenges. Also, the art policy that is being reviewed, and the murals policy, we're going to start working, they will start working on that. I'll be just the messenger, because the Public Arts Commission does have a policy, a murals policy that they created like 6 years ago. But the library needs one that is specific to the library. So they will begin to work on that. And those are the news from the library. Now, from the Policy Advisory Board, I have some news from there too. So the name will change now to Community Development Block Grant Policy Advisory Board. Okay, I mean, that's what it was, but it's going to change to Community Development Policy Advisory Board. The purpose of this is to reflect the full areas of oversight that this board has. So the name is changing. That's, something that they wanted to do, and it has already, happened. There was funding allocated out of cycle due to an emergency from one of the CPAP residence places that had an emergency. So we were able to allocate funds to help them. They're an organization that has worked on that, on housing and helping the community. So it's immensely important that we were able to do that. Now, unfortunately, there were some bad news. Chair Harrington is now part of the Policy Advisory Board, so she gave us a message about the implementation of DEI in Washington County. So the county, the commissioners, everyone there is between a rock and a hard place. In order to receive this federal funding, they will have to modify the language. So we had a presentation about federal funding. There was an audit of the language, a completed language audit of the initial federally disfavored terms identified as potentially problematic. they will continue to monitor the situation, and the county anticipates spending over 130 million federal dollars. So 90% of these are from direct federal funding. Now, what could be in jeopardy, the programs that could be affected are the CDBG projects for housing, HUD, rental assistance, transportation projects, WIC, maternal, child, and family services could be at risk. Climate resiliency planning, inclement weather response, preparedness services, prevention and response to preventable and communicable disease, bias and hate crimes funding. So they need the funding, but implementing DEI, bringing DEI to Washington County, to our Board of Commissioners, is something that many community members and community leaders fought very hard for. And I was one of the people that was there to testify. There were many of us. So it is unfortunate that you have to make some decisions like that. Many community members are disappointed at the decision made by the county, that they have to, kind of modify the language. And community here, some members are concerned that we will do the same. And that's part of our values. DEI is part of our values, goals, and objectives. And I hope we never have to.
Can I ask a couple of questions about
Yes,
that?
of
So
course.
my understanding is that they actually, at the last board meeting, actually tabled it for later discussion, that they haven't voted on it. And then, I guess, and I can call some people I know on the board, but did anyone ask a question of hey, can we sign off on these grants, but then have an asterisk or disclaimer saying we are not going to, follow these things, because my understanding is that executive order is going through the courts because we don't know if it's constitutional. So I'm just wondering, is there any space in there? Does the county have, did anyone ask that question in that meeting? Is there space for the county to push back a little bit and say, hey, we're going to wait, we're going to sign, yes, we would like these fundings, but we're not doing this because there hasn't been a decision by our judicial branch that protects the Constitution?
Yeah, so I have a attestation language attached to the current pending contract that they have. Will not use federal funding to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion, mandates, policies, programs, or activities that violate any applicable federal anti-discrimination laws. This includes references to the executive order, shall not use grant funds to promote gender ideology, as defined in Executive Order 14168. Defending women from gender ideology extremism and restoring biological truth to the federal government. So that was the last slide of the presentation. For what I understood from Chair Harrington at the PAB meeting, because subsequently they had a meeting at the Board of Commissioners, and you say that they tabled that. So that's a good thing, that maybe, this is actually not going to happen. But what I felt she was saying at that meeting is that, there is the inclination to do away with this language in order to receive the funds, and it's...
Yeah. I don't want to speak for anyone else, but in correspondence between the chair and I think, what you said, I think she's feeling a lot of tension and worried that some of our most vulnerable community members will be impacted without getting funding. And it's how to... It's the tipping of the scale, right? In that
hard.
Policy decision of what to do. So
it's very, very hard. So those are the news that I had.
Well, thank you, Council President. Councilor Gustafson.
I don't have anything to report, but I did want to comment on Councilor Valenzuela's report. They're having a meeting tomorrow, although I don't know if this was on the agenda, but I've signed up to testify. Because I just found out about it the other day. But it is a really difficult decision, and as far as what you were talking about, it's in the courts. There are many things in the courts, and some are being held up by the courts, and some are, they're getting rid of. The problem is it will stay in the courts for as long as it stays in the courts. And in the meantime, that money doesn't come in. So even if eventually the courts push back and say, no, you can't do that, it's not constitutional, because we all know it's not constitutional, by then people have suffered. I don't necessarily agree with removing the DEI comments. This is just a fact of the situation and why it's such a tough decision, because it's not going to be over with anytime soon.
And the community wants services. They want perfect roads and sidewalks and transportation and all these things. The county, to be able to provide that, might have to make some sacrifices that they really don't want to do. But unfortunately, we do depend, on funding. Like that. It's very hard.
It is hard. Inch and mile is what I keep thinking, inch and mile. That's all I got.
Okay. Counselor Marshall.
Thank you.
Basically, Brad kind of went over most of what we were going over. He did mention that 95% of the schools are being worked on right now during the summer. Cornelius School looks to be done by the end of the summer, and they'll be handing over the keys to the city of Cornelius for their gym and cafeteria area that they were going with. Staff here, the rec program started Monday. Their first outing was to OMSI. They were able to promote 2 internal staff to leadership roles for the rec program. Skyhawks and Lego camps will be starting soon. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to mention it, but August 1st, there'll be the 30th anniversary for Adventures Without Limits. We can I'll probably get more details and get that out to you guys soon, so you guys can attend if you'd like.
Cool. Thank you. Counselor Martinez.
Okay, so my only reports on the Sister City Committee are delegation, which consists of Mayor Wenzel and Counselor Schimmel and his spouse will be leaving July 1st. They picked a gift for New Zen. Anyway, it's made by an artisan that we have here in Forest Grove. That's usually at the first Wednesday. It's a chunk of wood, which it's nice. So, and apparently, he makes it so you just pop it up, and it's a castle, very unique and different.
Cool.
So
It's really cool.
yeah. So anyway, we're excited about that. That's it.
Great. Thanks. Counselor Schimmel. Or Counselor Schimmel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just regarding CCE, I want to thank everyone for your contribution in our earlier work session on the 2040 plan. I believe that conversation satisfies my request for feedback going into CCE. So I'm gonna make the request to Stephanie that CCE watches that hour of discussion, because I think we effectively provided feedback to them for the ATM in October. So thank you. I hazard to say anything besides what Councilor Gustafson and Councilor President Valenzuela said about the climate of federal funding, and I hope that we'll get those 2 grants here soon, because that's a really tough challenge. And I saw that it's not on the agenda. Commissioner,
You didn't see it either.
didn't see it on there. But I do want to follow up on a letter that was sent by the Bites restaurant owner. I'm sure everyone's seen it by now. And just in my canvassing of business owners in that district, the message is consistent. The Bites owner, I think, goes further in their assertions about what they might do on their own to remedy their situation, but some of the challenges they face in terms of the financial, logistical challenges with not just the market, but events in general, where there are other food vendors, is a challenge. And then general just disillusionment with, the communication and the working relationships between what should be good partnerships between city chambers, city club, and Adelante and other CBOs that interface in that district. That I trust that we as a council can help to remedy. And then with many other property owners, when it comes to some of the URA grant or their want and need or wish to expand their businesses, they seem to be fixated on outdated norms or outdated responses. So when a property owner wants to break up their building into and offer more storefronts, they've been told in the past, no, but that planner's gone. So the answer today could be yes, but they're already fixated. They've given up, their disillusion. So I think there's an opportunity to remedy that through some outreach and giving property owners another opportunity to expand their property into more usable commercial real estate. So I think that's all. The Pacific Avenue and Main Street, I think, are the two areas of focus. So I hope we can Jesse, we can look at how we can do that, and I'd be happy to partner with Miles or anyone to do some of that canvassing.
Thank you, Councilor. Jesse, with our city manager update.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Just a couple things. Need to put on my glasses here. I spoke with CFM, our firm that does our congressionally directed spending requests and assists us with federal grants. And Senators Merkley and Wyden have both submitted a congressionally directed spending request for $3 million for the TV Highway Safety Improvements Project.
That's great.
Yep. On the House side, if you recall, Representative Bonamici successfully secured $850,000 for the project already. And the House basically submitted the same projects that they did last year. So we're very fortunate to be included in both Merkley and Wyden's request on the Senate side for $3 million, and I'll keep the council updated as this wends its way through Congress. The Civics Academy survey is still out there and still live, so if you have any interest in the Civics Academy, feel free to take the survey. We have a firefighter recruitment going on. We have 5 vacant positions at the present time, 3 that were added as a result of the budget, and 2 that are existing vacancies. So for those in the audience that are listening, if you know of anybody that might be interested in a firefighting position, please apply. Light and Power, as part of the wildfire mitigation project, you may see some crews up on David Hill Road and Northwest Hillside Road. This is part of our project that is taking our overhead power lines and putting them underground. That process requires drilling, boring holes underneath the roads and putting conduit in, certain vault installations in certain places, and then eventually, after that is done, putting the actual wire underground into those conduits and vaults. So that process is underway. If you see some crews up there. Other than that, continuing to make progress on Knox Ridge Park. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Jesse. So I wanted to circle back to the ATM and something I just want to propose an idea. So the fire department does a public safety fair every October. And I think, I mentioned this to Jesse before, but I think it'd be really cool if we took that on the road, the east side of Forest Grove, and maybe set up shop at Neil Armstrong and had the public safety fair there, and then also had the ATM at the same time. Because what I'm finding, trying to figure out this community engagement of not fatiguing people, but getting people involved, is there has to be this reciprocity of like give, get, right? And so, you know, kids can be shooting the fire hose and going on rides. But the other thing too is like I've noticed in my time being on council is that, you know, it's like people that live on the east side of town don't even know these things because it's so far away and it feels like that's just another divider. So if we could just set up the schedule of odd years, the ATM or the public safety fair is on the east side, even years it's on the west side. And so then people can expect it, but we also just, 'cause even looking at that map of the voting turnout and how people vote on the police station, like there is this divide in Forest Grove. And so I'm just always curious if there's ways to fix that, I guess. So that would be like one idea. And, you know, if you could talk to Chief Gearing about that, Jesse, at your director's meeting. And I don't know if CCI has an opinion about that, but I think we could do that all together until you get the public safety fair, you get some information about the 2040 plan. Let's see, yes. Yeah, I feel for the county commissioners making a decision, because the truth is a lot of their budget is federal funding. And when you know that the most vulnerable people in your community are going to be the people that hurt the most initially, I think it's, for lack of a better phrase, I feel like it's a little bit of like bullying to be put in a position of choosing values and beliefs in the Constitution over funding. I think it's wrong. So I'm sorry that the county commissioners are in that position. And I hope, you know, through conversations, through other things, we can figure out a way to protect our Constitution and protect our most vulnerable communities. And I think that's just all I have to say about that. So I'm going to end our meetings with those comments. Have a good night. Oh, wait, I have one more thing. Sorry, this is actually pretty important. Council President Valenzuela, I may be absent at the next meeting. It's really iffy because my daughter is going to be having a baby, so I might need to help her. So I don't.
No, she's not.
So I don't fully know. Like it's her due date is the 22nd, but if you know if she thinks she's going to go early, I think it's more hopeful. But anyways, if I will let you know and I'll let the council know. But
This is after you're back from home.
yeah, July 14th. But that's the next council meeting. Her due date's July 22nd. So that's what and then I'm going to a conference on the 29th. But hopefully it all works out with my time. Okay, cool. I'm going to adjourn this meeting at 9:44. Thank you.
All right. And when will you return?